as the Community Redevelopment Agency. Today is Thursday, June 22nd. The time is 4:41 p.m. Mayor, can you lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Same.
All right, so we have minutes being distributed right now.
I go, a couple weeks I go to the dentist. We'll see. Thank you.
All right, we have minutes of June 25th, 2023 special meeting. So would y'all like to scan through real quick, or since you just got it, did you want to?
It's short if you could give us a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Any discussion? All right, we'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on minutes of June 25th, 2023? All right, seeing no one, will close public comment.
Motion to approve the minutes of May 25th, 2023.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Item 4, approval of deductive change order for decorative lights replacement project in the amount of $11,000. CRA Director.
It is now. As I told you at the last meeting, we had a change order from Economy Electric when they started digging out the old poles and found out that they would have to actually be jackhammering in and it would take a lot more time. We approved a change order for $20-some-odd thousand. Give me a second. Trying to get organized
It
here.
was 21 something.
Right, and they didn't use all of it. So this is a deductive change order, which means that $21,000 is now $11,000 less.
I like these.
I know, I do too. So all I need for you is to approve it tonight so that I can adjust the PO and the contract would be adjusted as well.
All right, discussion on this agenda item. Jane likes it.
Doesn't happen often.
Anytime we have to spend less money.
All right, I'll open this up public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing no one, will close public comment. Look for motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve the deductive change order for the decorative lights replacement project in the amount of $11,000. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, item 5, review of the small redevelopment grant application and discussion over any potential changes. CRA Director, do you want to kick it off, or do you want us just to jump into discussion?
This is just upon your request. You wanted to take a look at it and discuss it amongst yourselves. I'll just sit back, listen, and make notes.
All right. All right, who wants to go first? Commissioner Mealy.
Page 4. Under section 9, required documentation, say that you have to have the name, address, and phone number of the professional general contractor, blah, blah. I think there have been cases where the people have done the work themselves, or like if it's for paint, all they're doing is buying the paint. So does that really apply, is my question.
Well, not necessarily. It's going to have to be on a case-by-case basis. I mean, if they're just buying the, the paint, and they're doing the work themselves, I'm not going to ask them to have a contractor. Because even if they get a contractor, we're not going to pay for it.
Right.
So,
So is there a way of wording that differently?
It says-
Or do we not need
It says
to?
if applicable.
Where does it say that?
oh, it does.
Oh.
The letter C,
Okay.
if applicable.
Okay, you're right. Okay. On number 9, I'm sorry, 10, project cost reimbursement shall be made upon total completion, presentation of documented projects, and a final inspection by the CRA and building official to ensure the work was performed. Should it say that the work was performed as the plans were put in, or,
It's up to y'all. I mean, if you want to,
well, it's just, they could say, I did work.
well, that's why it says it has to be inspected by me as well, or whoever the CRA director is. The building inspector will inspect whatever was in the building permit to make sure that it was built correctly according to building code. But when it comes down to what they were supposed to do, that would come under me for the CRA itself.
Okay, Drew, what do you think? Or am I being too picky?
So is the question over an administrative approval?
No, just that they did the work that was in the plans that they submitted.
That's the administrative approval that they did the work.
He did the work they planned to do, instead of just saying they did the work. Can we,
I don't know that I'm understanding the question.
okay, then if I'm not being clear, then,
No, it may be just me, and I've still got settlement agreement going through my head, so.
I think maybe I can help.
okay.
And I know what you're talking about. You're concerned that they may take the position that they did work, maybe not the work.
Yeah,
But I think if you look back to the prior page, page 3, under quality of work, it says right there in the middle of the paragraph, the CRA reserves the right to withhold reimbursement payment should the final inspection reveal the work performed was not completed in professional and workmanlike manner. That whole paragraph.
all right, so that takes care of that.
While you're on that line, should that say inspection of the project by the CRA director? Not just the CRA?
But it just uses the word CRA. I thought that too, but the whole document's like that.
If you want the CRA director to be the one who always is doing those inspections, then yes, but what, by leaving it open-ended does is it lets Karen delegate somebody else to do it.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I left it open-ended was because when I was gone, the city manager was the
Can you
CRA director.
move the microphone down? I have trouble hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh my God, me not being heard. No, the only reason why I left it like that is only because during the time that I was gone, the city manager was the CRA director. So by leaving it as the CRA, whoever's in charge of the CRA would be ultimately responsible.
Okay.
And then I just had one more, I think. On 13, work on projects receiving funding must begin within 45 days, and goes on from there. What if the work can't start within 45 days because they can't get the supplies they need, or the contractor they hired?
There's a provision in there. It says unless written request has been submitted and approved.
Yeah.
It's happened twice already, and they have actually emailed me and said, what do you need from me? And I was like, this is enough. You'll be okay. And I put it in the file.
Okay, so they're covered. If they ask for an extension for 6 months, applicants that have not received a written extension and whose work is not completed within a year will have to reapply. But, so if I apply for an extension and it's still at the end of the year hasn't happened, I'm covered because I applied for the extension.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm done.
Mayor, who'd like to go next?
I can.
Mayor?
I had one that we had brought up before that I would like to discuss now. Under ineligible expenditures, I would like to bring the discussion back, to bring back non-fixed improvements.
You're on page...
I'm on page 3. Non-fixed improvements was removed. And the reason why is I am afraid that we're going to get into the position of patio furniture being purchased and businesses moving them inside, on the back of the building, side, and now we're having to keep track of inventory when it would just be better to be left as that's something that we don't do. There's enough projects that we can do to work on the building that will always be there, because if they sell, now you're making the new business that buys guaranteed to have to use that furniture in that manner in the front of their building. And my example would be, not because of this business, but Yes Coffee, we had awarded them the grant to purchase a bunch of patio furniture. And let's say they sell the building and now it's an Airbnb or a dentist office, and now they're required to have patio furniture out front for the life of the grant. And it might not match that business's needs, so it would be best off to just not include non-fixed improvements. And that kind of falls under what's there is business inventory. Should fall, that falls under inventory.
Okay.
Any thoughts?
It's up to y'all what you want to do. As far as, just to clarify, business inventory, fixtures and equipment, that was meant for inside.
Right.
That was what?
Inside. We don't pay for the inside.
So, but we pay for it for the outside then? See, I would like to make sure, I would like to add that we don't pay for it for the outside, but work on the aesthetics, keep it focused on the aesthetics of the building and things like that.
I have a response to that, or a question about it. We do pay for a new awning, correct?
Yes.
So Scott moves into his office and takes down Girl and Travel. And let's say he got a grant to put up a new one that says Bradley Law Firm, whatever it's called. And he's supposed to, under this agreement, keep it for 3 years. Suppose in 2 years something happens to that awning. It's the same thing, or Scott decides to move someplace else.
Or retire.
Yeah. You'd be as good at retirement as I am. But yeah, okay, let's say, whatever reason, he moves out of that building. He would now have on that building's Bradley Law on the awning and wouldn't be allowed to take it down because we paid for it. Following that, if I'm following what you were saying.
Not necessarily, because we do include signs, and a new business coming in is going to add a new sign or a new awning with their company lettering.
Right.
But outside patio furniture can be moved to inside. Now we're having to monitor, are they moving the outside patio furniture that's supposed to be on the outside, or they put it on the inside of their business? When a business makes a complete change, did they take it with them? So now we're counting inventory, we're making sure it's being used on the outside of the CRA, and we're making it so it has to match the next business owner, because they'll have to use it for the life of the grant. And I just think that we're muddying the waters, and we are trying to keep this as clean as we can.
So this line has business inventory on it. And so, for instance, inventory is something you either use or sell, and would be the definition that I would be familiar with as an operator. So if business inventory is listed in here under the CRA, can I get a grant for business inventory?
No,
This is ineligible.
Right, okay, got it. So I'm thinking totally different here. The wheels started turning when y'all were talking.
But my thought is
grant form
Yeah.
all filled out.
but let's say you did use the grant and you bought a picnic table. That picnic table is now required to set outside your business for the life of the grant For the next person that buys your business and the next person after that, they can't move it because it was purchased with grant money, even though it might not match your business, the new business owner's plan.
I have to agree with the mayor on this one. I think I think there should be something on the ineligible expenditures. You're spot on with your thought there. So I would like to see that added line in this ineligible expenditures.
And how would that be worded?
Non-fixed improvements, exactly the way it used to be in there, and then it was removed.
You don't have an old copy?
I sure do.
That was what it said
It
in
said
the old one.
non-fixed improvements. It was in the old grant application until November.
Okay, so you're suggesting that we just bring the old verbiage back? Okay, thoughts on that?
I agree with her.
Yes,
Commissioner Spradlin?
same here, and, it doesn't prevent the applicant from buying it on their own. It's just, we're not paying for their chairs.
Right,
So I support that.
Or flower pots.
right.
Sounds like we have a
Oh,
consensus.
wait. What about flower pots?
That's a non-fixed improvement, right?
Yeah.
Permanent planters would be a fixed improvement. Flower pots would be a non-fixed improvement.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
And then I just had one more, and it was a request.
Well, do we have a consensus on the first one?
Yes.
Kind of?
Got me.
Okay.
But you have consensus.
Right.
so.
And
what's the other
then
one?
I just had one more. I know that the grant application was changed without any of the board's knowledge. I would just ask that the board knows of changes of the application instead of just being surprised. That's it.
Well, that's why we're here.
No, it was changed.
I know, but we're.
Yeah, right.
So that
Right.
if there are any changes, we make them right now.
Right.
So, city attorney, is that something that's driven by ordinance?
I'm going to fix it. Nope. I'm going to fix it for you. I'm going to ask you to make a motion to approve this form with the changes that have been discussed. And when you do that, it will now be pursuant to commission. The form will have been created by the commission, so staff will have no authority moving forward to change it. So you really, it's by what you're doing tonight, you are fixing
Okay.
that problem because you now will have been the body that's approved this. Prior to this, it was your staff that came up with the form. It had not been done by the CRA board. Now it is being done by the CRA.
Okay, I'm glad you just changed what you changed because you said it needed approval of the commission. and-
Yeah, CRA board. I caught myself. I was like,
Yeah,
Eric, my own
okay.
wheels started spinning when I heard myself talking.
I do that too.
It's good you listen to what you say.
Okay, Mayor, do you have anything else?
Nope, that was it.
Do we have a consensus on that last point about the changes? Okay. Any other comments on this?
No.
No other changes or additions, subtractions? All right, we'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item?
What are the parameters of this?
If you're going to talk, come on right on up to the podium. If you can, please state your name and address for the record.
Ross Samard, 322 North 12th Street. We're just wondering, what are the parameters of this? Like, is it, like, where is this focused?
The CRA application?
Yeah, is it, like, does it go up to a certain street, or
No.
does it?
Yes, the CRA is delineated. There's a map for that.
Okay,
And if you'd like, you could leave your email address with Janelle, and our CRA director can actually give you the map. So you
Okay.
can check it out and all.
now what about the waterways? Is that included on it, like the intercoastal?
Now it's community redevelopment.
Okay, what are they saying?
Mostly downtown
Yeah?
areas.
Okay, because we have a nonprofit that brings kids out in Flagler Beach onto the waterways in a sailboat. And we're just trying to wonder how we can, incorporate that into the CRA and apply for a small
Well,
I
grant.
can answer that question.
Go ahead.
That's a lost cause. By statute, the CRA can't spend money on on that kind of public project. We can only spend money on bricks and mortars, and it's been year after year after year. The legislature's been narrowing down what those dollars, and was it last year or 2 years ago when they came, when they came out and said no, because there were CRAs that were spending money on public projects that helped people
Yeah.
with the idea that that's going to help the CRA. And the legislature said no, so it's basically down to bricks and mortar now.
Okay, I mean, because the sailboat is attached to a brick and mortar, you know? so-
Well, no, it's on water. But what I would do is what I would recommend is in our next meeting, the
Yeah.
5:30 meeting, under that public comment, bring up what you have so it can be heard and, what you're wanting to voice. Because right now, this is only just the CRA meeting.
Okay, so at the 5:30 meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
There'll be another round of public comment, and then you can introduce that concept.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, can I
all right.
just add something for
Sure.
clarification for you? A CRA's purpose, according to, is it 163? Statute, is to fix blight in the downtown.
Okay.
So when you hear about us letting people paint, or, we give grants out for paint or for, not flower pots, but flower stands.
Yeah.
Or, anything fixing the exterior of the building. That's to make the downtown area it's night to night, basically.
Yeah. Now,
To
what
make
about
it-
like planting flower sculptures or like tree sculptures in like the middle of the downtown or something? Or
If it would fix up where it is, it has to be a brick and mortar place. You can't take apart, well, no, we did do stuff with the park, but now we can't. I forget. They change the law on us all the time.
oh yeah. So like adding anything for it to like attract public attention or like to encourage like what do you call it, tourists like to come in and see things, like planting shrubs or anything. Is that for the application?
That is, and also I would recommend that when you get the delineation, the CRA director can send you all that information so you can, learn about exactly what it covers and what's not covered.
Okay. And so speak with Karen.
Right.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Karen.
Call me on my cell.
I will.
Thank you very much. Hold on, Karen. We need, anybody else wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and look for motion. Drew, do you have a recommended motion?
Sure, it was to move to approve, now I've moved to approve the application procedures and guidelines for community redevelopment agency small grant application with the changes that you've discussed and collected consensus on during this meeting.
Any further discussion or motion?
I'll make that motion. No,
What he said?
Second.
So moved by Commissioner Sherman.
Yes,
By Commissioner Bellinger. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Mealy is opposed. Motion passes 4-1. All right, next item is review CRA current goals and objectives.
I'm bringing this to you so that you familiarize yourself with what the goals have been over the years. There have been 3 different resolutions. One was in 2002, one was in 2007, and the other one in 2013 that sort of changed the goals as we went along. I combined all of them because in 2013 they changed quite a few of them, but left some of them out and put them into this document. This is the document that I used for 5 years while I was here. At the same time, I also created a spreadsheet that I would report to you all every quarter as to where we were with those each goals and objectives. I've attached an updated one for you since I've been here as of March of last year. Some have not begun, some are continuing. These are very general. They come out of the master plan. And setting goals and dates for these things are a little bit difficult to be able to really do unless you've got the money. That's the difference. Back in 2007 and in 2008, it was very easy with the influx of grants and all kinds of money that we had coming in to be able to set goals as to when we could finish certain projects. Then we went through the downturn, didn't have any money in the coffers at all. We're starting to build back up. So although these goals and objectives still remain as an ongoing thing, as certain aspects actually get done, you will see that every quarter. I will hand this to you, and you will see exactly what's happened in that particular goal or objective, whether we've gotten any farther, whether what's holding us up, that kind of thing. This budget year is going to be a little bit difficult and different. We as the CRA cannot keep a lot of money in reserve. We have to actually spend it. Now, there are certain projects that I brought forward to you during our CRA 101. You identified those with the highest priority. And although the valuation of the CRA has gone up at approximately 5%, it's not enough for us to be able to do huge projects. I've gotten cost estimates on some of them. I've also figured out a way to possibly, instead of redoing all of our crosswalks, maybe contract with somebody to repaint them and repaint the white lines so that they look fresher. The one thing that I really would like to do, and I'm just throwing this out there, is do the parking lots, okay? The parking lots really do need to be fixed. I've gone through what our reserves are, and I've got approximately $300,000 to do it with. Whether we make all of them or not, prices have gone up since, the sort of cost estimate that we put together last year. And I know this is a sore subject, but I'm going to bring it up anyway, just as an idea. So forgive me. The TDC strictly goes for tourism. I know the boardwalk needs to be done. However, we've got a problem. Army Corps is not going to start until probably around December of 2024. So there's a long period of time before we can even do anything. Army Corps has told us, do not touch anything while our project is going on, because I also tried to get some sand fencing grant money, and I was told, do not touch it. So my thought process was, for this year, if we could ask the TDC to help us with those parking lots, I think that would be a good grant for us to go to, but I can't do that without y'all's discussion, and it's a discussion outside of the CRA, but if you were to decide that the parking lots in the CRA would be a good project, I think that's what we should go for. Suggestion, that's all I'm saying.
Commissioner Valhumer?
I personally like that suggestion, and you don't want to rebuild a boardwalk and have people crawling all over it with construction equipment and so forth anyway. And if we remember back, those of us that do know that the gray portion of the boardwalk was paid for with TPO money. So that might be something that we could go after a similar grant to replace our original boardwalk. But we've been bouncing these parking lots around for at least 5+ years that I know of. And we've done nothing but spin wheels and throw a little bit of sand in some holes that just squished back out again. So yeah, to do something So what are you thinking? Are you thinking pavers similar to our parking spaces?
That's what I would like to see because it fits
We
the
don't want to
whole.
make it pervious where we have to
No.
store that.
Right. Even though there is such a thing that's impervious asphalt and concrete, by keeping what we have in our parking spaces, it sort of brings the whole look together, in my opinion.
Well, we don't have to create retention by
Exactly.
creating-
Exactly.
so much. Okay, I like the idea.
I have a comment. I like the idea as well, and I would make a suggestion to drive down to the Flagler County Beach Access at 16th Street. And they did the pavers that are here, but then instead of doing lines, they actually just put stripes of concrete to delineate parking spots, and it looks very nice. And
It's a good idea.
just take a drive down there and we can maybe mimic the same process.
Sounds like a good idea.
Mr. Sherman?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree. I think that's a good focus of the, to get the parking lots cleaned up and and you mentioned about spending money, and you need to spend it this year. And I know that we're not going to be able to fund certain things for First Fridays. And in a conversation I had with Mike today, when we spoke, one of the suggestions I made was, again, the key word, I think Commissioner Muley mentioned it, was blight. Blight in sight in the CRA district. We're limited with our grounds crew. My thought would be maybe we take some money and hire, maybe get a contractor in to help with the overall, the landscaping maintenance of the CRA district. In addition, I would like to see more public-private partnerships. I'd like to see the inclusion of Flagler Creates working with the CRA district to see what they can do to help maybe put their fingerprints and maybe bring a little bit of that, help out a little bit with to make the CRA district. I mean, it's right here in the overall, goals and objectives of this is to make this a gathering place and make it an attractive place for people to come and visit. And, I know Commissioner Bryan spent a lot of time and energy, and a lot of us were out there cleaning up Veterans Park. But, it's a continuous thing. And if we have the money and the funds, I'd like to see getting a third party in to assist maybe with getting, keeping our CRA district cleaned up and on the city portion of things, because we are, we're continuously giving grants all the time to other buildings and, to clean up those things, but I'd like to see the city property be cleaned up as well.
Or we could, in response to what Commissioner Sherman just said, could we spend that money or some part of that money to hire another grounds crew person of our own? And they spend time or more time in the CRA. I know they work in the CRA as it is, but, give more emphasis rather than go to some outside firm. Are we actually going to talk about the document itself, or?
If you want to, but I don't think you want to get into the weeds. It's going to take a while.
Okay.
I don't know. It's up to you.
I thought that's what we were doing.
Yeah, you can. I mean, I'm open for suggestions or whatever. It's up to you.
Well, I did have some questions.
Okay.
On page 3, objective 1.3, it says to explore opportunities to redevelop Block 9. I don't know what Block 9 is.
Block 9 is City Hall and the Sinellis.
Oh, okay. Thank you. On page 5, under action, it says seek input from the economic development task.
They're not, I forgot to strike that out.
Okay, and the chamber doesn't exist.
And the chamber
anymore.
doesn't exist either. Like I said, these were things that were in place when I was here before, and I tried to tweak them the best I could, but I missed some stuff.
Okay. On page 6, will all this be discussed with the rewriting of the land development code?
Absolutely. Larry and I have been in contact, and a lot of this has already been addressed.
Great. And on page 7, objective 3.2, the CRA agency shall analyze the need for facade improvements to structures in the CRA by creating a target list of properties.
That was something we were supposed to do, and I have not done that yet. There are some properties that I do need to target.
Well, I don't know how our city attorney feels about target list verbiage.
In the context, it's okay. This is not target in the negative sense. This is target to find ways of helping them. It's targeted help.
Okay,
Yeah,
because generally these grants have come to us, you know, somebody just says, I want to do something.
I'm actively talking to other people that obviously could use the grant, but
Okay.
Well, and then immediately following target list, we have proactive enforcement.
Yeah, that's,
What exactly does that mean? Proactive enforcement?
we need proactive enforcement in the CRA. The
proactive
city's
enforcement,
code
period.
enforcement, the city's code enforcement is reactive, not proactive. The following item on your agenda is an ordinance that was passed in 2008 that gave the CRA some teeth, and the code enforcement officer teeth to be able to go to a dilapidated place or a place that needs to be fixed up, needs to be painted. There are time limits that these people have in order to be able to get that accomplished. So that's what I mean by proactive code enforcement.
So code enforcement can address issues upon observation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's proactive code enforcement.
Right.
Correct.
So to say that they're reactive isn't really accurate.
Some jurisdictions have, think of it as extremes. Extreme proactive on one and extreme reactive on the other. Every jurisdiction exists somewhere in between those. What Karen is trying to express is that within the CRA boundaries, your code enforcement is more proactive. And outside of that, just because of the scale, you have one part-time code enforcement officer, and downtown, he's doing exactly what you're talking about. Outside in the community, yes, if he sees something, but he's not driving up and down every street. It's going to take that call to get him out in that area to see a lot of things that are happening in residential neighborhoods. So in the CRA, your code enforcement is more proactive than it is in some other parts of the city. Does that make sense? So it's pushed towards that proactive side in the CRA. But no, I agree. I would not call your code enforcement anywhere near the extreme of reactive, because I work with some of those that will not. They've been directed by their boards or their commissions, do not prosecute a case unless you receive a complaint about it. That's true reactive. And no, you do not have truly reactive code enforcement.
Just to correct you, Drew, our code enforcement officer is now full-time.
Yeah, he's full-time.
We put that in the budget a couple years back.
Karen, you said that we can't keep large reserves. Is there some percent or?
No, there is no percent. Now, for example, if we were to underground all of the utilities that are left over down to South 9th, that whole project is going to cost us, with the rebate from FPL, over $600,000. So we can put money aside specifically for that project.
So it has to be targeted?
It has to be targeted. It can't just be unrestricted reserves.
Thank you.
Do you have any other pages
No, I
you
don't.
need to call out? Any other comments for goals and objectives or actions? CRA Director, anything else under that item? Okay.
No, sir. I just wanted feedback from y'all. If my system works for y'all, I'll continue doing it.
Okay with it?
We're good.
All right, and let me open this item up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item?
I wasn't going to speak, but I will. Ken Bryan, Flagler Beach. In regard to a comment that the commissioner made regarding the Flagler Creates, we had a meeting yesterday, actually, There are quite a few objectives that we have in Flagler Creates in regard to improving the city's appearance and activities and business development, things like that. So we welcome, someone to reach out. Karen can also attend, and we'll bring you up to speed on some of the things we're doing. We could also come here to a public comment and let you know as well. But we have a lot of things we'll do, and we're very, very anxious to get involved with helping to improve the city appearance. I'm glad you're working on it. We need it. And being proactive is something, and targeted, yeah, we need to target some. So that's all I have to do. But we look forward to working with you. We got some good programs going, and it's going to be pretty exciting this fall as well. So thank you.
Thank you. City manager, would you be opposed to, possibly next meeting under, I don't know if intergovernmental update section, but to actually have Flagler Beach Creates do an update? We've never had one from them. And, I think it would be good for everybody to get on the same page with that. Is that something that y'all be okay with? I definitely think it's a good call out. Would you like to, or would this body, any thoughts on making this part of next
Now I'm
meeting?
getting bits and pieces because I see Brenda, and Brenda tells me everything, Ken tells me. But to have a real presentation would be great.
I think that'd be beneficial for everybody.
Absolutely.
Okay, y'all
Public
okay with
as
that?
well.
City manager, you okay with working that into agenda?
Certainly.
Yeah, that would be great.
No problem at all.
Mr. Chairman, if I may also, just to piggyback on that, I have been working very closely with them, and they've got some really good ideas, not just for the CRA, but for citywide. So,
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they're working on that I'm sure none of us have any idea about, which that would help bridge that.
And as far as that agenda, we will put that on the regular agenda, not have a special CRA meeting for that particular purpose unless the commission wants some.
It'd be regular agenda for a commission
Correct.
meeting.
Commission.
Would be the ideal.
Yeah, that's where we would put it.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing no, we'll close public comment. And there's not really any action to be taken under this one.
no, it's just for you, your information to look at, read when you're bored.
All right, next item is CRA Director updates.
The lights are done.
And we got money back.
And we got money back, exactly.
Great update.
Well, the trouble is we can't turn the things on.
Well, I'm going to have Bill turn them on tomorrow to make sure that they're all working. So, but during the day, so if you want to just come by and observe, you'll see them.
Put them on during a dark thunderstorm.
Not a good idea. You're bad.
Any other updates you got?
That's about it. I just wanted to give you that one.
All right, questions for CRA Director?
I have, not necessarily for Karen, but maybe more for Drew. The first one, Drew, our CRA expires in 32.
32. They have to all sunset in 32, and ours does.
Do you, well, I'm assuming people would want to continue it, I guess. Let's assume we want to continue it. When would you say was the right time to get started with that?
Probably sooner rather than later. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and look at what your actual required timelines would be, which you're well ahead of. But I think probably the conversation ought to start sooner rather than later, because what you're doing when you're extending it is you're saying, we're still blighted and we still need to keep doing work. So I think that conversation, the sooner you start, the better.
Yeah, I mean,
Because it really ties into what you're talking about earlier with, are you achieving your goals and objectives? Because your goals and objectives, the idea of that is to cure the blight.
right. But basically, we lost 11 years by not having a director and money. So
That might be one for a broader agenda item too, is just to decide to hear, because I'm gonna keep you off of the spot here because I know that Mike has had a conversation with me on CRA, really CRAs generally, and are they still serving the purpose, and what does that do when you factor in what's happening to property values outside of CRAs? So it might not just be as simple as CRA is a good thing, let's keep it going. And I think Mike might want the opportunity to say that. And tonight it might be a longer conversation you want to have about it than just tonight. But I think it's probably a good time to start thinking about it as what you want to do as you approach that date.
And I believe you really do need to have a serious conversation about the CRA and how it fits into your overall citywide goals, and your strategic goals in particular. What I would imagine you will want to do probably after the beginning of the year, you'll want the new city manager to have a transition time before you really start doing a strategic planning process with them. But then I would assume that right after the beginning of the year, probably you'd want to have a session with the new city manager to sit down and look at the goals that you have long-term for the city. I think you really would need to, at that time, sit down, think about, does the CRA meet your goals, especially with what the state legislature has done over the last few years as far as restricting the CRA's ability to meet some of the goals in your downtown area? And do you need to try to look at a different way? I don't know the answer to that, but I think it may be an issue that you as a city commission want to seriously analyze. So I think that you need to incorporate your thought process about the CRA into your overall city strategic goals, and do that with the new manager probably after the first of the year.
All right, so Karen provided us with that huge book with the master plan for the CRA. And now we have goals and objectives. We kind of need to, I think what you're saying is review those goals and objectives in line with the master plan to see what we have accomplished and what still needs to be accomplished. And I'm going to have a feeling that if we actually did that page by page by page, we would come up with a whole lot of stuff that we haven't done because we couldn't, because we didn't have a director for 11 years and because we didn't have money for most of that time. So we would then say, yes, we need to continue, or we don't need to continue. Is that kind of what you were saying?
And I would look at those, exactly what you said, Commissioner Mealy, in conjunction with your overall city strategic goals and see how they conform with each other.
But the CRA is separate. I know you keep saying that. The CRA is a separate entity.
Yes, it is.
So,
but it fits within the strategic goals of which this is citywide. And you have to look at those two together because your responsibility is citywide responsibility, of which the CRA is within the city. But you can't divorce.
But we're a separate board. The board that we're meeting at right now is separate from the city commission.
Let me take a crack at it.
Okay.
Because Mike expressed similar sentiment to me about a week ago, and I kind of had to ask similar questions at the time because he had to get my head around it. What he's really saying is looking at it as the commission, not as CRA board, but also as CRA board, because you have the same interests between the two. Is there a competition going on? Because there's only, there's dollars and dollars, and what the legislature has done over the last, several years in limiting how CRA funds are spent. Mm-hmm. Are you tying up? Are you now pulling those funds that would exist with or without a CRA? And I'm not saying you are or aren't. He's just saying it's time to have that conversation and take that look. Are you pulling funds into the CRA and thereby restricting funds that would have come into the city without any restriction? But are we making funds that wouldn't otherwise be restricted? And so it's that comparison between what's the TIF and what would be coming in based on property values, and is that causing a skew? Is it limiting the city and how we're able to do things? I think that's
those dollars.
Did I express that well?
I understand what you just said, except the dollars that we get, and we're probably going to have a separate.
That's what I'm saying. Have a separate meeting because it's a detailed thing where you're really having to do the comparison.
More strategic meeting style discussion.
So let's put that on the on the table.
Yeah. Or
Okay.
new city manager,
You're right.
get settled.
I guess this is for Karen, I'm not sure. I drive by or park next to the trailer park every time I go to the post office, which is about daily. And I see brand new signs that are lovely, and I see some improvements. Are they complying with what they're supposed to be doing, or?
The answer is absolutely not.
And that's unfortunate.
I don't want to bash anybody, and I don't want to put blame on anybody, but we do have a serious issue right now with the trailer park.
Karen, I'm sorry.
I said we do have a serious issue with the trailer park. They're doing things without permits. And I've tried my best to get cooperation, but I have not been able to get it.
Well, it's just an enforcement issue.
Yeah, so can we get our code people to enforce what's supposed to happen?
If the commission so directs staff, that's what we'll do. I'll send code
It shouldn't
enforcement.
take that.
Well,
We have a code enforcement officer.
The issue just came up as far as a particular issue, and if you believe it's an issue, then we as staff will direct our attention towards it and correct it.
Okay, I would like that code enforcement enforce the code in the trailer park and everywhere else.
Well, yeah, I was going to say they should be doing it no matter where.
Yeah.
No,
But
they do it no matter where. It's just a question, and again, it's I think the word that was used is targeted. We have one code enforcement officer. That person is restricted as far as their ability to do code enforcement throughout the city. And if there's a particular issue of which needs to have attention and you direct it, we'll send them in that direction. And so if it's an issue of concern, that's what our attention will be directed towards.
I guess if
Priorities is what, if you want to what Mike is saying is if you want to prioritize this, then tell him you want to prioritize and he'll make sure the code enforcement officer has it at the top of his list. That's what Mike's saying.
Well, nothing, I mean, what's specific? You say they're not doing what they're supposed to do. What exactly are they not doing? No, there's been nothing specific raised.
She said they're doing work without permits.
I mean, we've been complaining about particular businesses in the CRA, and nothing's been done, and Commission has directed code enforcement to address it, and nothing's been done. But to just blanket say, we want code enforcement to address something that hasn't even been tabled in the meeting, I mean, what exactly are we addressing?
The signs were put up, the permit was approved, they have not paid for it. They should have never been able to put them up unless they paid for them. They have put up fencing in several areas. When I stopped it and asked for a plat, they claimed they didn't have a plat and that they had gotten permission from the building department to go ahead and put them up anyway. I'm still waiting for that, and they're still putting additions on there. There are 2 trailers that are being worked on without a permit. I have taken pictures of them, and I have given them to the proper people that need to take care of it, and it hasn't been done.
So you need us to get it done? You turned it in to staff and it hasn't been done. What does Commission need to do?
Well, I was asked a question, so that's why I'm answering.
And I'll address it. The commission that does not need to do with those particular areas. We'll go ahead and take a look. I'll direct code enforcement to go out and take the look at that, and we will talk to the building department to see if permits are active and if they've been paid for. So it's an issue that should not need further attention. I'll take care of it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Shouldn't require
It's
any
just blocking
further-
and tackling, that's all this is. Anything for CRA?
Well, I have one more
Okay.
issue. When we spend our life on the budget next month, is the CRA included in that? Or I believe the law used to say, I don't know if it still does, that it has to be approved by this body before it gets approved by the commission? The
Yes, it's
CRA
good.
budget?
Yes, it's going to have to be incorporated by both. It have to be approved by both. So you will see it, and then the commission will also see it.
So it will be brought to a CRA meeting before?
Before it goes to y'all.
Before it goes to the commission.
Okay. I'm done now.
All right, any other discussion on CRA? All right, I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Could we take 10 minutes?
I was about to ask for 5.
Let's start at quarter of. How about that? We'll split it down the middle. All right, so we will resume at 5:45.
Good, thank you.
Eric.
Flagler Beach City Commission today is Thursday, June 22nd, 2023. The time is 5:47 p.m. This meeting will be continued until all items are complete. Mayor, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll follow that by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, first responders, and also one of our own that was a employee at the Flagler Beach bait shop by the name of Kendall Graham Williams, who passed away June 19th, 2023.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, just a little bit of housekeeping while everybody is getting seated. If you can take a minute to look at your cell phones, make sure they're on silent vibrate or powered off, please. And Mayor, you have a couple awards.
I do. Heroes always come in all shapes and sizes and different people. And on May 20th, the heroes of Flagler Beach was our Flagler Beach lifeguards. You guys had a impeccable rescue that I'm almost convinced it went viral because it seemed like every lifeguard on the video, I watched it 3 times, I couldn't count everyone in the water. Everyone was working together, working with a system that I myself had never seen before, and it was very impressive to see how swift your team worked together and not a single life was lost. So thank you. So if you guys could come on up. We're just so proud. Gonna get keys to the city if you watch out. So this is a certificate in recognition to your part in the May 20th, 2023 response to multiple swimmers in distress in the Atlantic Ocean due to a dangerous rip current. So I'm going to individually call you out, and I only know one of your names, Rebecca. But here we have Christian Carr. Thank you so much. Lifeguard Captain Spencer Cover. Thank you so much. Lieutenant Melania Bryant. Thank you. Senior Lifeguard William Palmer. Thank you. Senior Lifeguard Rebecca Reynolds. Thank you. And Lifeguard Tyler Jaffe. Thank you. And if someone could please share your thoughts or any comments, it would be very meaningful because this was one of probably the largest rescues that we had here in Flagler Beach. So thank you again.
Yeah, and just for the record, if y'all could share what happened and what y'all did.
I was going through your mind. That was insane.
Yeah, we work together we have a great team. We have a small team, but we train very hard, especially for instances like this. And we work together closely with the fire department, with each other to make sure that these things, when they do happen, we are on our game. And so I was with the fire department that day, but I work with Ocean Rescue as well. And we get a call to come down for a ocean rescue, so we work together. And so we have rescue swimmers. I'm the rescue swimmer for the fire department, so I get ready to go and I get my uniform and they respond on the beach. So we correlate together when we take care of ocean rescues, especially when they come over our dispatch. So they correlate on the beach, they get with us, they mitigate until we get there, and then the fire department takes over and mitigate the scene. and everybody jumps in and knows and does their part. We get with them. If we have 3, 4, or 5 victims, maybe even more or less, in this case, I believe it was 3 or 4, we get with the lifeguards that are already on scene, ask them what they need us to do, and we get together and form what we call as chains. And we use these chains to, it's like a buddy system. We hold on to each other's buoy, and it gives us more power to bring in, especially in really large surf and rip current situations, to bring in what we need and the victims without any harsh or injuries per se. So we take care of all of the we take care of all of that kind of stuff, and normally it's like a daily basis. On some days we go home with 25 rescues under our belt, and some days we go home with 2 or 3. So it really just depends on how rough it is, or how many people are on the beach. Mm-hmm. Of course.
No falling.
No falling. Perfect. One more. Actually, smile this time. There you go. Perfect.
Thank you.
Hey, just real quick, you perform how you practice. If anybody's seen the video, if you haven't, you can look it up on YouTube. So thanks to the gentleman that posted it and let us know. But that wasn't happenstance. You did what you had trained to do, and anybody that saw it knows that was well oiled. I'm kind of dating myself, but if you've ever seen a barrel full of monkeys with the long arms, you guys were stretched all over that water, and nobody got hurt, so kudos.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And deletions and changes to the agenda. City Manager, is there any?
No.
Any comments
Well,
from
we
up here?
didn't get the minutes, did we? Get the minutes?
Did you not? I'm sorry, I took over for Penny, so I don't know what she did.
Okay, no, we didn't get the minutes, so.
All right, so we need to pull minutes from June 12th, 2023, which would be item 7. All right, do we have a consensus on that?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to need to pull that. Item 7 will be pulled. Intergovernmental update, we have FDOT. Good evening, gentlemen, good to see you again.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mayor, Commissioners. Glad to be here, and especially happy to be here with some of the news we're going to deliver today. My name's Jack Atkins. I'm the Director of Transportation Development for District 5, and with me I have Ty Garner, who is our project manager on our upcoming soon wall. So we came here tonight. We wanted to give you guys a little update. We've had a lot of good news since the last time we were here, and I thought we had good news last time, and it only has gotten better. We were approved by FHWA to use a kind of a new and innovative contracting system and construction system that we're going to use, and it's called Phase Design Build. And what Phase Design Build does is it gives us some latitude to, with the contracting process, with the construction process, with the design process, and it allows us, short story, it allows us to go very quick. It allows us to get going. We don't have to have a full set of plans for the contractor. We've been able to work with what we did on the north. We provided those to the contractor. The contractor is on board. You've probably seen some of the survey, some of the geotech that's going on down south, and all of that is associated with the wall that's coming in. Ty will get into a lot of those specifics with you all, but right now we're waiting on permits. We're trying to coordinate through permits and see where we'll be, and our goal right now is early fall that we should be starting construction. So we're pretty excited about that. I know it's, we got to weather out one more hurricane season. But by then, I think we'll have a lot of things in place. Ty will get into some of the construction timing and all that, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Which one? We'll take Jack's face off. As he said, thank you all, Chairman, Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for having us. As you know, we started the strike team back after Hurricane Ian and Nicole came through and really devastated the area. We've identified and sort of narrowed our scope down to a 13-mile stretch, starting in Volusia County at Roberta Road, and going up into Flagler County all the way up to Osprey Drive. Out of that, we identified a lot of pockets where there was heavy damage. It wasn't not complete total damage, but there was some big pockets of heavy damage. So this is sort of just a timeline of where we started and where we're going to. Jack touched on the phase design build, which I'll get into in just a little bit. Not too much detail, but happy to answer any questions you might have. So our recommendations, starting on South 28th Street, going north to South 7th Street. This is the beach renourishment that Flagler County is working with the Army Corps on. So we're not really involved in that too much, other than working with the county on some of the funding sources to help pay for that. But and you all probably know that the county's expanded the limits of that Army Corps project to include not just the piece that the Army Corps was originally going to do, but also the two sections on either side. So I don't have a lot of details on that as far as when it's going to happen, but that's the Army Corps is moving forward with that, and I believe March, April timeframe of next year. In Volusia and Flagler County, we're recommending two wall sections. The first one is in let me go back. All right, that's the renourishment. Sorry. So we're doing buried wall. Right now, our recommendation is to go with the secant wall, which is what we've already built in Flagler Beach in the north section up there, which we just got done backfilling with sand and covering it up. So that's what we're hoping to move forward with. The wall section in Flagler County really starts at the Volusia-Flagler County line and goes up to about where Gamble Rogers State Park is, just that area right there. And then we'll do some sand renourishment on both the north and south side of that, just to make sure we close that gap up real good. Right now, as Jack said, they're out there doing some additional surveying, some additional geotechnical work. The geotechnical work is really just going to confirm what we think we already know, that the secant wall is our best and only option. Because if we did a steel sheet pile, what we think where the hard pan layer is about 15, 18 feet down, we couldn't drive sheet pile through that. So we're thinking the secant wall is our best option. The other wall is in Volusia County. I'm sure you all do care, but it's not in your county. It's from Sunrise Avenue north to Marlin Drive. It's about 1.25 miles, and the piece that straddles the Flagler-Volusia County line is also about 1.25 miles. As you know, the secant wall there in the picture, that's when it got exposed after Hurricane Ian and Nicole. And then the one with the red sand is what it looks like now that they've gone and filled it back in a little bit and trying to restore some of the plantings on there. The one in the middle is what it looked like after we completed the construction of it back in 2018. That's pretty much what you could expect to see, something very similar to that with the completion of the new walls. A couple other projects that I wanted to touch base with and let you know that are coming into Flagler. Of course, we've got one under construction now up in the north section, and then we have a resurfacing from Osprey Drive north up to Mariners Drive. That's coming in summer of 2024. And then the other one I want to make note of is a resurfacing project from South 8th Street to North 18th Street. That's coming in 2024. What we might and what we're looking into doing on the one that's coming in 2024, the 448795 project, we're seeing if we can't find a way to extend that to the south, go all the way to the county line. That would help us correct the drainage system issues and help correct some of the pavement issues that we had out there as a result of the hurricanes. So if we can, we're going to extend that project down and probably move it to our fiscal year 25, which would be after July of 2024. can't make 100% promises on that, but that's what we're looking into doing. If we can't do it that way, then we're going to have to come in with a separate project to do that. But it's not off our radar. We know it needs to be done. So real quick, I just want to touch on the phase design build. Right now, as Jack said, we're doing additional survey work. We're doing additional geotechnical work. We've already submitted a permit to DEP for the wall sections, both in Volusia and Flagler County. We're going to, we've got a, matter of fact, we got responses from them already. We're going to finalize our responses to their comments at the end of this month, and then the first week of July, we're going to resubmit the permit for their review. They've promised that they would work with us, and they are. Laney's working with us very well on expediting that review. Once we get the DEP review, they will forward it off to the Army Corps of Engineers, the Water Management District, and any other permitting agencies that need to be involved. As part of the permit process, we will always take care of any turtle nests. We'll have monitors on the project every single morning. If there's turtle nests there, the contractor won't be allowed to work in that area until it's secured, and they can do so. And it's not just, the nesting sea turtles or gopher tortoises and other endangered species that will be monitored every single day on that project. So back to the phase design build, once we get our permits, the contractor would like to start in Flagler County. So they're going to probably start on the north end of that wall, which is the south end of your county, and work their way south into Volusia County and keep going. That's the beauty of a phase design build. While they're still doing the design on the longer pieces in Volusia County, they can get started on the smaller piece here in Flagler County. And the way funding works is we're going to have two separate projects, which is on the screen right now, is Flagler County's the 444 project. I mean, those numbers aren't up there. I do apologize. So there's two projects, two numbers, one in Flagler County, one in Volusia County. Last thing I really want to say about that is we continue to work with our partners in Florida Federal Highway Administration for funding. We've got past the state level of their reviews of our, what is called a DDIR, a documentation of direct incident report. So we've documented all the damage that occurred during Ian and Nicole, and we put that onto a big report, and that has gone to the state level of FHWA. They've approved it to go to headquarters up in Washington. Once they've had an opportunity to take a look at it, our hope is that they will help finance the project, which would help us expedite even faster. We don't have an exact date on that, but probably next month we'll have an answer. So either way, we hope to have some funding. We just don't want to do it all with all our money. So.
So with that, I mean, the last couple of things that we want to say is, Mayor, I know one thing that's near and dear to you is the sand fencing, and we have not forgotten that as well. I have your email right in my email box highlighted, and we are still continuing to look for funding sources. With everything that's going on out here, I don't want to stand here and promise you that we'll do it. I would rather, kind of quietly do it and then come in here with another surprise and say we've got it figured out. But we understand the necessity for it. In fact, Ty and I drove up through thunderstorms, but then we drove the whole length of the project from Volusia County up to here and looked at the sand fencing, looked at what's out there, and we understand the need for that. And we went up north and took a look at that, and after that, renourishment too. So we're continuing to look at that. We will give it our best shot to find funding to make sure we get that done. It's extremely important. I saw all the Dodge the Dune signs up there and certainly get it.
If you need to, you are welcome to drive a decision maker on a Saturday when they can see everyone with their coolers and trampling down the dune and the areas that you have added new sand on. It might light a little fire for them, but it's a high priority in the city, and the sooner that we put that sand fencing in, the better off our dunes are going to be.
Yes, ma'am. Right now we want to get that wall built. We want to get the renourishment done, and then we want to kind of see what we have out there, and we'll get it done.
Absolutely.
It is not lost on anybody what you guys are facing, and in fact, I was up here with my wife a few weeks ago at Gamble Rogers. And in fact, the park ranger told us we were the first people to, after they opened it up, and which was strictly coincidence. But I get the people thing, because if we come up here to go to the beach, we stay south, so we don't have to get into the mess. But we do like coming up to the restaurants. So with that, CFL Roads, that slide's up there. We try to keep that updated with current information about our projects, the resurfacing servicing this one. And any questions that you all have, we'll be happy to take them.
Questions for DOT?
No.
Commissioner Bellinger.
So when you start with the wall, you're going to start at the north end and work your way south? So it'll be one machine doing both projects, or you're going to have two crews come in?
I think it's too early to know that.
Okay.
Yet, the good news is, by the way, Superior is the contractor that won the phase design build. Their design partners is Kissinger Campo. Superior built the other wall.
Okay.
So that's a good thing.
The secant wall.
The secant wall, that's correct. And what I don't know, if they're going to have one rig, two rigs, more, multiple, I just don't know.
But the plan is to start north and head south, right?
That's what they
Yes,
want to
sir.
do. That's their goal right now.
Okay.
Yes,
Superior did a phenomenal job on North Side.
they really did.
They were quick, efficient, clean. You know, their complaints from the citizens were minimal. A little bit of house vibration, that was it.
And as far as the phase design build goes, Jack said it's brand new to the state of Florida. However, they did use the DeSanto, and Superior is the contractor on that, and it's a different group. So they're very familiar with how to expedite things, if you're familiar with Sanibel and what they pulled off down there. So we're very fortunate.
It was nice, it was fun to see, essentially, you can use that word with this. After the first couple of pilings went in, they were fast. They knew the project, and you could see them just gaining speed by the week.
And they absolutely understand the need to get the beach walkovers back open as fast as possible. I know that's another issue that's near and dear to y'all, and we'll try to keep your phones quiet. Why you say you better, Ty?
You've been doing that by keeping the public informed, and it's been pleasant.
We appreciate that.
To have that happening.
And hopefully you'll decide on a secant wall. I know you mentioned that you were talking about that steel plate wall or whatever, which probably would be a pretty big downgrade from the secant wall.
If I had to bet my retirement account right now, I would think that I would hedge that way. I think we're in pretty good shape with that decision.
Any other questions for DOT?
Okay.
Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Hopefully we'll be back. Any big updates, we'll come back and make sure you guys are informed. And then maybe when we get those rigs out there and ready to break ground, we can have a celebration together out there.
City Manager, do you have some?
Yes, sir, I do. Commissioner, I would like to just extend my sincere appreciation to the director as well as Ty. I've been with the city now for about 4 months and 5 months, and the cooperation and outstanding collaboration that I've seen with FDOT during that period of time, and it's not just the project work, but going out of their way to try to be cooperative with us and make sure that our needs are identified and met. As mentioned with the sand fencing, but also we've got the pavers that they're trying to provide us help with so we can do some of the sand areas. And I think that it needs to be pointed out that we've had just absolutely outstanding leadership and cooperation from FDOT, from the director, as well as Ty and staff throughout FDOT. And I'm very, very appreciative.
Well, I can definitely second that because I've been coming to and participating in city meetings for almost a decade. And previously, you know, when FDOT got brought up, people are like, well, you know, when FDOT gets around, and that's kind of how it went. And that was the mentality of it. And the cooperation and the communication is I've never seen it. It is absolutely the best it's ever been. So y'all can't change that.
We will not change that, I promise you. Ty and I have been with the department almost 30 years each, and you know, we make a joke about it. It's kinder, gentler DOT, but it certainly is. Attitudes have changed, and it certainly is. I forgot our.
You got one more slide to show?
Our compass. That's one thing. But back to the cooperation. You know, that goes two ways. You guys have been great to work with as well, and we certainly appreciate that. I was at a different partner earlier in the week, south of here, and they were beating on me pretty hard. And it's kind of nice to come up here and see some smiles and good news. But our district secretary, Jared Perdue, who used to be the District 5 secretary, this is kind kind of his focus now. And if you look at it, we call it the compass. And at the very heart of that compass is community. And that's kind of what we're focused on at DOT now. It's not coming in, jamming something down your throat, beating on you, saying, we're here, we're doing it, no matter what you think. It's about getting input. It's about working together. You know, we all have a lot of issues. We have resiliency issues. We have, you know, workforce development issues. But at the heart of that is community. And that's what we're focused on. And Mr. Chair, I promise you, we will not change that attitude.
That is good to hear.
It certainly is.
Yes, and if you can, this can be an official dusting off after what you experienced, you know, south of here, wherever.
Yeah. Wednesday was Wednesday. I'm still in shock. Wednesday was not as nice as this. So thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all very much. Any questions, please call us, and we'll be back with any updates, and hopefully we'll do a groundbreaking here soon.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, next we have a update report on stormwater basin cleanouts. Jan, Danny, you coming up too? He's like, no. All right, just Jan.
Stormwater.
An update. We are finally done with Lee's project list for the pipes, verifying all the sizes. So thank goodness that's done. It went from like 9 to 30 of them, so we're done. We have accomplished 90% of this side of town, including in town, on top of that, and a lot of the CRA on North Central, and working on Flagler. And we already did the side streets on north end of town. So we have some areas that we need to go back on the south end of town that were kind of challenging when the intercoastal comes up, like on 25th and 4th and Flagler where it kind of floods. But we have to go back to those areas.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was being nice about that, so. But Vinny has had no time with the truck because of the extra things we've had to do. So now that we've gotten a good portion of ours done, we need to kind of share the truck a little bit if it's possible. We did get to use it Tuesday when it was raining.
You gonna let him use it?
He needs to, yes. We've got a lot of stuff done to get prepared for this season, is how I'm going to phrase that. I don't want to use any technical words. So we've done really well, and he needs some time to be able to get some lift stations pumped down and cleaned out, and going back and forth. We'll still be able to teamwork and finish accomplishing what we need to do. But it'll still take several more weeks.
City Manager, you have anything you want to add to that?
It's been amazing to me.
Is your microphone?
I turned it off. It's been amazing to me to watch how that vac truck has improved the efficiency of the crews, and to talk to the crews about how many more basins they can clean with that truck, say, in an hour than what they could before previously. So in addition, I was skeptical at the very beginning about whether it would clean all the sand out of the basins, because that sand is pretty hard packed. And it was amazing to me to see the jet wand knock the dirt or the sand loose, and whatever you call it, the vacuum, pick it up within a period of just minutes. And I was shocked to see that kind of effectiveness. And I don't know if you'd want to add to that.
I agree 100%.
So, and we are in renewing the second lease now for the second month.
Yes.
And I'm pretty well convinced that we are going, well, I'm not pretty well, I'm convinced. Convinced that we'll be bringing that vac truck to you in the budget process to make that a permanent fixture within the Public Works operations.
Instead of purchasing a brand new one, just purchase the one that we're currently renting.
And we can get a 50% discount on the lease payments because we're buying the one of which, you know, we would have. And it's really an optimally sized vac truck because we don't need a CDL license, so all the crew can operate it, and we don't have to worry about just one or two people qualified to drive it, so.
Little birdie told me y'all been getting your money's worth out of that thing.
Yes, and Vinny will be saving a ton on his side of it.
Commissioner Bellinger.
What are you finding in those basins?
A ton of different things.
Do you dare ask?
You want to ask
Well,
that?
yeah, well,
Honestly, there's
are
stuff
you
in
finding,
there.
obviously, you're going to find places
No
that are
structure
worse than others.
problems. No structure problems.
Okay, so all the basins are sound.
The only thing we've come across was some valves that were currently placed on the north side of town that are just leaking around the structure that can be easily sealed and fixed. So if we wouldn't have checked those, we would have never found those kind of issues. But
Yeah, you found one
small, minor
down by the
repairs.
retention pond too. So are some more clogged up than others?
Absolutely.
So you'll know where to keep an eye on
Yes.
the worst spots.
Yes.
Were you able to learn any more about the storage underneath that parking lot up at South Fifth?
So what it is, I did. I looked, I found the information, and I believe there's 6 of them, but it's just 6 tubes, like running just underneath of theirs, like little holding tanks.
Okay.
And so there's a piece of PVC that comes down, and it's made to filter through the top and just drain in there, and then it doesn't have anywhere to go. So that's going to be a location I'm hoping to get tomorrow.
So
Maybe we
you
can try to get in
those
there.
tubes?
The size is a 6-inch, and our tubes are 6-inch, so I'm hoping that they'll fit in there. But that's the size of the tubes going down to those. That's the underground tubing that goes nowhere. It doesn't show that it goes anywhere on my map. It just
Right,
shows like it's a holding, yes,
yeah.
it's a holding tank area.
Just drains from there. Okay.
It is.
All right, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Spradley.
Jen, no, I just want to say, and to the city manager, I'm not alone in having seen the vac truck around, and it's impressive. I stopped a couple of times, once when I was going home off South 23rd, and saw you guys in operation, and it's impressive to see it in action. And a secondary benefit is it's everyone that I've seen, in the neighborhoods who sees it in action. It's impressive because here is, physical evidence of these things happening.
I don't know if you ever seen the vac trailer we used to use.
I have.
Okay, so it's
It's like comparing a golf cart to a Cadillac, basically.
Yes, it is.
But good job with that. It sounds like it's
you.
going well.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Jen? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to public comment. This is public comments regarding items not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes, and please address me. And anyone for public comment, items not on the agenda. All right, if you can, please start with your name and address for the record.
Donna Schneider, 2412 South Daytona. Unfortunately, we're talking about the valves once again. The last couple meetings, we were given positive information. Everything's rosy. It's not turning out that way. But we're just flailing. Lee has been very good about providing Sue with information, which he's passed on to me. He's sent us, we've had a lot of information that's incorrect. Example, last week, we were told that the valve, or the storm drain at 24th and Flagler only percolates in the ground, doesn't go out to the intercoastal. I called Lee, Sue called Lee, and I talked to him. That's incorrect. There were fish coming out of it. So we found out bad information. It does go out. Today, we have received a chart this morning of the valve installation schedule, what the status of each one. That particular storm drain at 24th and South Flagler wasn't even on the chart. We made a call. Now it's on the chart. It's been corrected. So there's bad information getting to Lee. Lee's passing it on. Nobody's following up, and it doesn't appear that anybody's actually managing the project. We're going backwards. We still don't have an install date. We make one step forward.
This valve at 24th, first we were told it was a 12-inch valve, then it was an 18-inch valve, then it didn't exist at all. Now it's a 10-inch valve. It's ridiculous. And I know everybody's busy. I don't know whether it's lack of time. I don't know whether it's lack of staff. I know Lee's frustrated, and I'm sitting on the sideline boiling. You know, I can help you with this. I volunteered before. You weren't able to take me up on that one. I'm volunteering now to help manage this project and find out what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, and how we can improve it, because you got a lot more valves to do in the future.
All right, thank you, Don. Any other members of the public for public comment?
Bear with me. Please. I come bearing good news.
We got flags, too.
Ken Bryan, Flagler Beach. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mayor, Commissioners. And I'm here to talk about no smoking on the beaches. As we know, a couple of months ago, we passed an ordinance that prohibited smoking on the beaches and the parks. And at that time, we indicated we didn't have the funding to do the education and enforcement required in order to let folks know that we have an ordinance within the city that prohibits smoking. So what I did was I reached out to Florida Tobacco Free, and then I was directed to Flagler Tobacco Free Partnership. So I was able to get about $2,500 worth of signs and flags, and you know me, I beg, plead, and try to save the city money. So that was what we were able to get. I've also talked to the folks from the Rotary. They're interested in helping to also help with the project itself. As we know that based on our cleaning of the beaches and cleaning up the city, one of the biggest culprits we have as far as litter are the cigarette butts and cigarette products that people dispose of. So for the general public, I'll just share this with you. This particular sign here is made for the parks, and it says, "This is a smoke-free park. Smoking is prohibited in this area to protect our kids." And right on the bottom, it does have unfiltered cigars are exempt. That's based on our statute. The other sign that we have, these are aluminum, by the way. This is a smoke-free beach. Smoking is prohibited to keep our beaches beautiful. Unfiltered cigars are exempt from statute. And as you can see, this flag that I have in the back, we ordered that as well. And the purpose of that is that it goes on the beaches so that folks know that when they walk out on the beaches, we actually have a smoke-free beaches here in Flagler Beach. I've talked to Amy from the Tourist Development Council. They're also very anxious to help us promote Flagler beaches as being safe and also clean. So this is an initiative that I hope that we can embark on and move forward. Hopefully we can put some things in on our website or even in our Facebook to let folks know that Flagler Beach is starting to enforce their smoke-free ordinance within the community. One of the things that we're going to talk about is we'll have about 40 signs total. It's not going to cost the city anything, because I'm going to get volunteers to help, as I usually do. I've ordered some hardware, which is stainless steel, and the heads of the hardware is actually uses a special tool so that it sort of limits people from stealing the signs and vandalism like they have been doing our cigarette butt receptacles. And unfortunately, I hope that we can budget for some cameras for the park as well as the boardwalk and all, because people are just vandalizing our city for whatever reason. And I would hope that these kinds of things, the cameras and all, would be able to catch the culprits so that we can move forward. The Rotary is also going to be participating, as I said, and hopefully we can get these up before the 4th of July when we have a lot of people coming and they'll be able to know what's going on in the city. So anyway, what I'm coming for you is to ask that you authorize me and my volunteers to put the signs up, and of course, I can have staff help us direct where they should go, so we can put the signs up, and want to find out if there's anything that Mr. Drew thinks that we are prohibited from doing before I start installing them.
Just as long as we follow normal policies, but as far as where they go or how they go, I'll leave that to city staff, building official.
Okay. Sure.
Was it 40 each or 40?
No, I have 40 total signs, 20 for the beach and 20 for the parks. What we plan on doing is probably putting them along the boardwalk, the A-frame, and then if we have enough, putting them at some of the entrances where you actually walk out on the beach itself. The flags, that's going to be a little challenging. That's where we may need the lifeguards or somebody to help put those up. That's the only time we will probably need staff. I'm willing to help put some of them up and take them down in order to help get the word out there. But it's an initiative that we all started when I was on the commission, and I think it would be great if we could probably continue with this.
Just a couple more questions.
Sure.
If someone wanted to donate money to pay for more signs?
I would have them go through Terry Williams, who's with the Flagler Tobacco Free Partnership, which she wrote me into being a partner with that as well.
And do you know the cost of each sign?
I will get the cost on them because there was about $2,500 involved, a little bit more for the flags as well as the signs. But I can get the exact cost.
All right, thank you.
Penny's going to confiscate.
Yes.
I know. Yeah. Sure.
All right, and we will we'll respond to that right when we get to the end of public comment.
That'll be fine. Thank you very much, Commissioners. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, Ken, when you get a chance, can you come back and give us an update on the fountain?
Oh, absolutely. I'd be happy to do it. I've been working on that very diligently, and I'll be happy to bring it back, and also some drawings and some ideas that we have, and we're moving forward with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other members of the public for public comment? Items not on the agenda.
Daryl Reynolds, 322 North 11th Street. I'm assuming she was talking about the backflow valves. I missed part of that, but yeah, I'd like an update as well because I haven't seen anything. I mean, I think 11th Street was probably, we were not on the list to begin with. So anyway, I'd just like to know where we stand on that. And then also something that has come up multiple times is the old Johnny D's and the eyesore that is. I mean, is that not something that code enforcement shouldn't push? I mean, it not only being dangerous, but it's just, that's the first thing a lot of people see when they come in Flagler Beach. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Daryl. Any other members of the public for public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. All right, first thing, city manager, the valves. When this came up last, there was we had a list, we had direction, and has something deviated, or what is your response to that?
Well, it's the comments by Ms. Snyder is absolutely correct. I mean, there's been problems with those valves since we started trying to get the correct line size. I mean, it's been changing periodically. Part of the good news, I think, is the fact that the reason is some of it's changed because we first time have been able to get in to be able to measure without going down into the water, and that's because of the vac truck. You would have been able to clean out and put it, you know, a stopper on to keep the coming in from the intercoastal. So we have actually got, according to talked to Lee again today, we think accurate sizes now. They've changed. For example, on South Flagler 2290, it just changed from we found that it was truly an 18-inch, so we're going to be able to address that. Part of the problem with the actual action on those valves is that we've not mobilized deliberately until we wanted to make sure we had all the correct sizes, because once we mobilize, there's a cost involved in that. And when we mobilize, we want to be able to knock out all that we have. And when we're finding that there's different variations to include two different sizes in some, and Jen, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there's two different sizes of valve size in one outlet. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's going from the outflow to...
Yeah. And so according to talking to Lee today, we think we're going to be able to completely and start get a mobilization period starting next week to be able to put the contractor on notice. But I would recommend that what we do is I'll give you an update next week, but we can also come in and at the next meeting give you a complete update on exactly where we are. But there has been, I mean, there's been changes in it, and because a lot of the changes are due to the fact that we're now able to get more accurate information than what we've been able to get before, because we can actually physically get in and measure what the pipes are. And Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, or Benny, you've been working on them. Is that the correct information?
Yes.
Okay.
So when this was discussed previously, we agreed as a body we were just going to sit and wait because they have a certain amount of time to get those installed, and we were going to be patient. Is that timeline changing, or is it going to stay on the original timeline?
Well, that's what I mentioned. We hope that we're going to be able to notify the contractor next week that we're ready to mobilize. Because again, mobilization, what we want to do is make sure that we can address the valves so that we're not running an inefficient mobilizing, demobilizing, then mobilizing again. So we want to mobilize and get them complete. The other issue is we need to make sure that the valves, the actual backflow valves, the sizes have changed, and so we had some in inventory, and we want to make sure that the ones we have in inventory are going to actually be the right size for the valves as we have found them to be. And that's what we want to do next week. If we are confident with the contractor that we have the exact right sizes, then what we would do is mobilize and get the things installed. But that is a plan for next week. And what I would recommend is we come back to you at the next meeting and let you know exactly what we're doing or what has happened. And we'll do the updates. But the comment was absolutely correct. I mean, the things have changed with those almost on a 2 to 3 times a week basis. And it's been as frustrating to us as it's been to the residents.
So 2 questions. You feel, just for clarification, you feel comfortable with the timeline still, correct?
I would say comfortable as I can be, and I'm not, saying I'm definitely comfortable with them. Here's what I'm comfortable with. I'm comfortable with the fact that we are working as hard as we can with the resources we have to make sure we got the right right sizes to put on the pipes that we have. And we think that next week we will be confident enough to mobilize. That's the key, mobilizing the contractor to go out and start the work. And we want to make sure that we're right before we do that, because if we mobilize them, we got to pay for that, the startup cost. So we don't want to get them out and then be wrong and then have to back off and then come back and mobilize again. But I think we are as ready to do it next week as we think we're ready. Just put it that way. And Jen, correct me is there anything I said that you think is wrong?
They're all verified. All they have to do is verify the length of them being a standard size. I guess there's different lengths of standard size, length, and then additional length. That's the only thing that they're verifying that needs to be done through meantime.
Yeah, and then
The sizes of the pipes.
Well, if you guys are going to talk, we need you on the mic.
Well, we think we're ready to go and would be able to mobilize or set a mobilization date next week. So, and we can keep you updated on that.
So that date would be contingent on knowing whether these latest sizes are available or not, right? Because availability was a real problem there for a while.
Yeah, and
Is it
which
still
ones?
the same problem?
To an extent, yeah, we'll have to, and that's part of what we're also working on, see if we have to get a sizes and swap out the sizes with the WAPO, who is the one that has those valves and, that has provided those. So that's part of the issue that has to be dealt with as well.
And the second question was, back in the beginning of this project, there was particular locations that were identified as critical need that the city basically committed to doing. Have any of those changed?
I'm looking at them right now. They've not changed as far as, the ones we have targeted. There's one, for example, at 2631 that has no outfall on it. So that one would not be able to be done. But the ones that we're looking at has not changed. It's some of the dimensions of those particular outfalls have changed, and that's what we're trying to do to ensure that either valves are possible to put on them or that we have the valves in stock.
Has the street that Donna brought up before, is that Donna was very specific about an address. Is that on your list now?
South 24th.
That was the 24th one.
Yeah, 24th South Flagler.
Is
24th, 16 South Flagler.
That's not it. That's a different one.
It's outfall S9.
Yes.
9A.
Yeah, that's on.
S9A.
And is North 11th? Is it North 11th?
Yes. No.
Is North 11th identified?
No, not on this
No.
list. It's not.
Okay.
No.
So that would be part of that phased approach that we talked about before.
Well, it kind of answers Darrell's question.
All right. Any other comments on this item before we move on to the next one?
No.
Just one. I know Ms. Snyder mentioned a couple times that Lee was responsive, but that he was getting bad information. What was the source of the bad information is my question.
I don't know what the source is, but that came straight from Lee's mouth. Where he gets his information, I don't know.
Right?
Well, I referenced her. I was wondering if Mike knew.
Yeah, I think he's asking staff that.
Oh. And I'm going to give you the best of my knowledge. And the best of my knowledge is that, we have a contractor that we're working with that is actually charged with doing the size dimensions on the pipes. Part of the problem has been that in the past has been wading into those basins in order to try to measure what the size of the pipes were. And because of the physical difficulties in doing that, they made mistakes. And now part of the advantage we have, and again, I'm just looking to make sure that I'm saying the right thing, is that with the back truck, we've cleaned those out, so it's not now going down into water. We're able to measure the lines and get an accurate dimension on what the line sizes are. So that the back truck has had more of an advantage than just simply cleaning the basins out. It's allowed us to get accurate dimensions on what the pipe size are.
Thank you.
And I think I'm correct on that. Yeah, I think I'm correct.
I believe the contract duration was until July 3rd or something like that, if I remember right. July 2nd? Okay, I was close.
We will not have it complete. I just pretty assured by that point we hopefully will have them mobilized, and that's going to be the key. But it
like installing the valves at that point.
Yeah, it will take longer than that to actually install those. If you're correct on the July 2nd, I can feel pretty assured we're not going to have it complete by July 2nd.
I feel pretty confident. Our project manager was signaling that.
Can I ask two more questions real quick, and you may not be able to answer them?
Well, we got to respond to these other public comments real quick here. So, smoke-free beaches. So there's a couple pieces of this discussion, and kudos to Ken. $2,500 of funding from Smoke-Free Flagler. So there's some asks within this public comment. So we have city buy-in and potential enforcement, and authorize volunteers to put signs up working with staff, And then we have the other signage of the feather flag with the lifeguards. And before we get on to the cameras, this will stick to the smoke-free part. So did you have any thoughts on that, or did you want to take that offline with Ken, or how did you want to approach that? I guess commissioners, are you all okay with that program?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we got consensus on that. So that, I guess the question is, how did you want to move forward with that particular program?
Well, for the signs, I would recommend it. There you are. Have you been working with staff right now on the sign locations?
Ken Bryan, Flagler Beach. No, sir, I have not spoken to anyone. I have not worked with anyone because I want to make sure that I had concurrence from the commission before I move forward with anything.
Yeah, I'd recommend that what we would do, staff would work with Mr. Bryan, and we would work with him on trying to identify sites where those signs would go and the flags, and try to get a cooperative reaction that way. And I think we work up a game plan would be the best.
That's fine. I mean, what we need is just, I want to make sure that the location is in agreement with the commissioners and the city management. As far as installing them, I'll take care of that. I have volunteers that'll always come help. And as far as hardware and all that, I'm taking care of that as well. The only little glitch, I guess, is the signs themselves. As far as putting those up, I mean, like on the 4th of July or something like that, I'll be happy to come out and help put those up and take them down. It's just a matter of how long we want to continue that particular campaign itself as far as keeping the flags up. They are expensive, you see one of them, they're made out of a heavy-duty equipment to go down in the sand and all. So, I'll help with that initiative as well, and then we can just decide, okay, it's enough time to keep the flags up, maybe put them up at another time during special events or something like that as well.
Okay, thank you.
But, I mean, I'd be happy to work with the city manager to work out those details because, that's something that we can do.
Okay, thank you, Ken.
Okay.
City manager, lifeguards working with those feather flags, is that something you're okay with, or you want to just work that out with Ken?
Yeah, I think we'd probably better have a meeting on the flags as well as the signs, and bring staff in and make sure we know exactly what we're doing, and if there's not some issue that we're not aware of.
So then you can come back with a follow-up.
Yeah, I think we'd bring back to the commission what staff and Ken's recommended we do, and give you an update report at the later commission meeting.
Okay. The other point that was brought up is the budget. There was a request for budget for cameras for the park for upcoming budget. However, I thought we already approved this the last budget. I thought we approved that. We did. Because I remember being outvoted on that. Yes. And so that budget should be in there. So I guess city manager, if that's something you could take a look at. Because it was extensive, and I only remember this because that was a pushback I had, rather than trying just one or two cameras. It was a lot of cameras, and it was a pretty hefty sum. So I believe that is already in the budget. It's just something that we as a city would need to execute. So I guess if you could just look at that and maybe come back at the next meeting with a follow-up, that would be good. Okay, so we got the answer about 11th Street North. Johnny D's code enforcement. Update on that. City manager, did you have anything on that?
No, I don't. We'd have to have a staff follow-up to that.
And do you want to bring that back for next meeting?
Yeah, or I'll put it in the updates. We can make it part of the updates and then just do an announcement on it.
Okay. All right, that way we can get that information shared with everybody. All right.
The 1000 block of North Ocean Shore.
Is what Johnny D's is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's right outside the CRA, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, it's just north of 10th Street.
Then we'll have to look at what the particular code violations are and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
They won't have to look far.
I mean, being ugly and messy is not enough.
Right. So, in commissioners, I just want to get your thoughts on it. There was a request to have additional public comment. Are you okay with that or not okay with it? Wait till the next one. Not? Okay, move on. Or do y'all have thoughts?
We have rules for a reason.
Okay. Wait till the next segment of public comment. Okay. Let's move on to consent agenda. Item 7 has been removed. So we have item 8, which is approved fiscal year 23-24 funding agreement between City of Flagler Beach, River City TPO, in the amount of $473. And then item 9 is approve the renewal contract for the employee assistance program provided by Dr. Townsend and Associates. Any conversation about that or items that need pulled? None? All right, we'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda items 8 or 9? All right, seeing none, look for motion.
Make a motion to
Move the
approve.
consent agenda items 8 and 9.
There's a second?
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimous. All right, item 10, consider a request waiver of fees for a special event in the amount of $305. And I do not see the applicant here for that item. Is that something, who's taking that item? Is that you, Janelle, or?
Well, Chris Delacio did apply, and it was his item. I can speak to it. I took the application from him. He's just asking that the city pay the fees that we've just roughly tried to make a draft invoice for, because he had also added. Each time he had come into City Hall, he had added some things and was looking to grow this event. So I have not heard from him again since this.
So are you saying that he's asking for more than $305.50 or?
No, ma'am. That was just what we roughly drafted.
Oh,
because it kept changing and different vendors. So you'll see at the bottom of the invoice, it does not include itinerant merchant vendors or any fees that would also be included, and they would need to pay that separately. Whatever you all, if you wanted to address it and approve anything, would just be what you approved.
It's going to be hard for me to make a decision without the applicant here. I have a lot of questions for the applicant.
Any other thoughts?
My original thought was, I was looking at this and trying to break down the 305. So the cherry picker doesn't have the cost, but it's having the vendors in the park, the food trucks.
I can look at the invoice, sorry.
It's okay, because I was thinking he could ask the vendors to pay instead of the city.
It's specifically for the amount. He wants a 3-day event. He would like to go into the cherry picker on Friday evening and stay till Sunday. That added up.
Got it.
So the options,
including electricity and
got it.
And the an intermediate event costs $100. And then restroom fees for having an event, we have that.
3 days,
and then
okay.
we also have personnel that's additional 30% that's in our code.
Okay, now I understand.
so we would need to decide we can table this till we can get more information, or we can make a decision. How did y'all want to proceed?
I agree with Commissioner Bellhumer. Without the applicant here, and the event's not till late August, there's plenty of time to come back and make the case.
I'm okay with tabling as well.
I was ready to vote on it, but I don't, if we want to hear from him, that'd be good.
I definitely want to.
I'm hearing a consensus to table this until.
I'll make a motion to table item number, or the, I'm sorry, I'll make a motion. Yeah, I'll make a motion to number 10 to table number 10 to a future date.
I'll second that.
All right, let me open this up. Public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on agenda item number 10? See no one, we'll close public comment. All right, so we had a motion and a second to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, item 11, presentation of the employee compensation plan. And City Manager, do you want to intro this, or are we just going straight to Evergreen?
Sure, I'd be happy to. We have with us Mark Holcomb, who's with Evergreen Solutions. Evergreen and the city have been working for several months on a compensation plan, and we've made changes up to this day. And one of the issues, Mark will go over the complete overview of what their report is and what they have recommended. As I mentioned to you that when you approved the FY 22-23 budget, you approved a sizable increase in employee wages, and we had no way of being able to implement that unless we incorporated part of the compensation plan of which Evergreen has suggested to us. So this plan is partially in effect now. And Mark's going to talk to you about that and give you a description of what they found with the city compensation plan and what they recommended to be changed, which is incorporated in this plan. Just as one last update, we are looking at making a separation of police and fire from the compensation plan, and that would be presented to you at a later point. We're hoping the first meeting in July. If not, the second meeting in July. It will be done in the month of July. And it's really based upon market conditions that we've found with police and fire that we believe requires that the police and fire be brought out and made into its own separate plan. So I'd turn it over to Mark. Thank you very much.
Before you all begin, you were talking about separating police and fire. So just a question. So police's union and the way the pay structure is designed is totally different. Would that need to be separated out yet again?
I think he's referring to management,
Yeah.
separating out the management side, because management is not union.
Okay.
Right.
I'm tracking with you now.
Well, thank you all very much for having me. My name is Mark Holcomb, project manager from Evergreen Solutions. I do have a number of items I want to cover with you today. Going back to the study goals and the project phases, which is a little bit of recap of what we've done during this engagement. So the study goals will really talk about when we first got the contract, what were we looking at, what are the things that we wanted to make sure we kept a part of any review or any assessment that we did here. The project phases, again, will walk you from the beginning up until now through the steps that we took to get to the recommendations that we have. The current system findings, that's a review of the current compensation system that you all were using at the beginning of this study. And so it'll talk a little bit about the strengths and weaknesses of what you had when we began, and we'll obviously try to leverage those strengths into the new system and address some of those weaknesses that we found as well. The market results obviously are a critical part of any compensation study, and especially the past couple years, we know how aggressive the market's been. We know how much it's been changing in response partially to inflation across the country, but in response as well to just moving market pressures and changes in the labor market. And so the market results will be a critical piece that helped us formulate our recommendations, which is what I'll end with, is talking to you about some of the recommendations that we've already made, as well as some that are ongoing. So with the study goals, we do really have two main goals that we do try to keep in mind as we make any one of our recommendations. One of those is to look at the compensation system for internal equity. And so internal equity refers to how your positions relate to one another within the city. And so if you have two different people who are performing the same work, performing the same job, they might have the exact same tasks or very similar tasks. At the very least, their tasks will be at the same level. We want to make sure those employees have the same amount of compensation available to them. If you, on the other hand, have somebody who has more complexity, if they have more leadership, if they're supervising additional employees or supervising a specific employee, you may want to make sure there's differentiation in the compensation. So you want to reward that additional complexity. If someone promotes into a higher level role, you want to reward that leadership with higher compensation, again, to make sure that you're able to fill those positions and match the market conditions. But those relationships between positions within the city, that's going to be the internal equity we're referring to. The external equity is really the same thing, except instead of comparing one position to another within the city, you're comparing your positions to those outside of the city. And so looking at the other cities, looking at other local government organizations, looking at other jobs that your employees could take if they did not continue to work here, looking at the labor market if you're trying to fill a vacant position, who are you recruiting against, really making sure that you're responsive to that market that you're operating within. And so all of our recommendations do try to take both of those factors into account. It is not as simple as just looking at the market and saying, well, this peer over here pays, $25 an hour. We're going to pay exactly $25 an hour. You have to do that internal review to make sure it fits within your system and to make sure you're not going to create any issues of compression or inversion or anything like that. With the project phases then, starting off in phase 1, that's the outreach phase where we really get to know the organization that we're working with. We start with project kickoff and introduction meetings. We start doing some data collection with your HR department, really trying to get all of the data that we need to move forward with the study. And so that includes collecting things like job descriptions, your compensation plan, org charts, really helping us to understand, again, the positions that we're going to be working with at your organization when we do that compensation study. Phase 2 begins the internal analysis. So that is the data review of everything that we just collected. So we read through those job descriptions, we look and we fill out something called the assessment of current conditions, and that's essentially our report on, what does your compression look like? What does your current pay scale look like? Do we find any issues that we'd want to correct? Even before we go out to the market, do we see things that we would just say, hey, looking at your system from an internal perspective, we've got some concerns or some things that we'd like to see adjusted. Once we feel pretty comfortable about your internal system, we do go out to the market. That starts the external analysis. And so again, comparing your positions directly to the market positions, really to the best of our ability based on the tasks and duties and responsibilities that your jobs have. And so looking at your job descriptions, looking at our understanding of what your roles do and what work they perform versus making a title comparison. We obviously want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples with that market comparison. Bringing us to phase 4, we really look at all of the information that we learned in phase 2 and phase 3. We bring that together and we come back with recommendations and reporting. So reporting would include both, things like what we've provided to the city already in terms of a solution file that talks about our recommendations individually and as it pertains to specific positions. It would also include things like this, a public presentation that makes sure we can actually share the results with you all and with citizens and with your employees publicly as well. And so making sure that your employees and that the city understands what we did and why we did it. It is a key part of the study process as well. With the current system findings, we did find some strengths of your current system, and we did find some weaknesses as well that we wanted to address. Keep in mind, this slide only refers to the internal analysis. It does not take the market into account at all. That will come up in a slide coming up in just a moment. But with your internal system, we did see some strengths for sure. We did think the system, the pay plan that you had in place, it definitely was an easy to understand pay system. It did have consistent range spreads, and when I say range spreads, just for everybody here, to understand, that refers to the distance between the minimum and the maximum of a pay range. And so if you have a range spread that is consistent, what that means is somebody in a lower pay grade or somebody in a higher pay grade, they have the same percentage chance to actually improve their salary over the course of their career. So if they start at the minimum, you might have, let's say, a 50% range spread. That means your salary can grow by 50% over the course of your career without having to promote or without having to take another job or without having to move somewhere else or go into another role. And so those range spreads, that consistency, that is something that we like to see. It's not to say every single plan has to be 100% consistent, but we do like to see some sort of a logical progression or consistency with the range spreads. You've also done a fairly good job of spacing out employees within the pay ranges. Again, one thing I will mention as we sort of get down to the weaknesses is, you do have a lot of your employees sort of pushed up towards the top end of the range. But what we didn't see is we didn't see a ton of compression with your employees and your supervisors stacked right up on top of each other. We didn't see a ton of compression where an employee would be making more than a supervisor or anything like that. But what we did see, again, as I talk about the weaknesses with spacing your employees through the ranges, we really saw a lot more of them up at the top of the range than we would typically like to see. When we do our internal analysis, we can't make any judgments from that. We can't draw conclusions as to why, but it does make us start to think, is this because the pay bands might be a little bit below market? That is a common thing that we see. If your pay bands aren't market competitive, you can't hire people at the minimum of the range. And so when you post a job, if you post a job and say, hey, we'll pay you $10 an hour, but everybody else is paying $15, you really can't afford to bring someone in at the minimum because no one will take the job. So you sometimes have to hire people in higher into the range than you ordinarily would like to do. That can cause you to move people up to the top of the ranges. So that's what we started thinking, and definitely something we'll check out in the next couple slides. We also saw that midpoint progression between the grades varied significantly depending on where in the plan you were looking. And so midpoint progression is the percentage difference between two consecutive grades in a plan. So if you're looking at pay grade 1 versus 2, how much space is there between those two grades? If you're looking at pay grade 9 versus 10, how much space is there between those grades? So when you have a very, very big percentage difference between two grades, what that does is it can box you in to paying a certain salary that may not be market competitive. Because if you have to increase a position by 20%, if you're going to bump it up by one grade, there's a lot of rounding that can be done there. If you really would like to target that market position right in the middle, you have to round up or down by 10%. That's a pretty big number to be rounding by. Alternatively, if you look at the bottom side of that 2%, if you've got two grades that are 2% different, you might feel like you're giving someone a promotion, or you might feel like you're compensating a position at a higher pay grade. But if it's only 2% different, is there really enough difference there to actually warrant the separate pay grade there? So it can lead to confusion. That can lead to a little bit of compression between positions. And so something we'd like to see at least looked at and potentially addressed. Yes.
So we as a city have some pay ranges that are almost 50% different from one to another.
I believe that was the one specific spot, yeah, that was different. That was not, that's the highest number. So I think that only occurs in one instance. But again, the 2% through the additional grades, yes, there was some variation throughout. And again, the 46%, that'll typically come when you've got a pay grade. I don't remember the specific exact reasoning for it here, but it'll typically come when you stop using pay grades or you cut out some from your plan, where you may have a leadership pay grade here and you may have a huge gap between like a manager and a leader or a director or something like that. But yes, that was the highest difference we saw between two grades.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't turn it off.
Is it not going?
No, it is not clicking, and I did drop it, so I hope I didn't knock it off or something.
There you go.
Okay. So looking at the market then, so again, everything we said up until now, that was all internal. Now looking at the market, we did do a market comparison to a number of the other organizations you can see posted over to the right-hand side in the local area here. Again, a number of those are cities, again, similarly located in your area, in your region, and coastal cities at that, because again, we understand that when you're competing, when you're in this market, when you're looking to hire, it's not necessarily a fair comparison to pull, oh, well, this city has the same population, but if they're right in the dead center of the state, if they're not in this high cost of living coastal area, really is not going to be as good of a match for you all. You're not going to have some of those same positions. Obviously, the presentation that we saw right at the beginning of the meeting today, that was pretty incredible to see. That's a great example, the ocean rescue lifeguards, of positions that are not going to be held in certain organizations. You're going to have a little bit of a different position, a little bit of a different structure here in a coastal city like this. And so those respondent organizations, again, they provided their data. We asked them to provide us their job descriptions and their pay plans so that we could look at their positions and see what the matches were that we had for your positions. And so we did take a look at the benchmark positions, and we had about 5.5 matches for a position. And so again, keep in mind, with those organizations there, not every single organization will match every single one of your jobs. Understanding, obviously, an easy example, looking at the bottom, Flagler County Schools, they're going to have some overlap with you. They're going to have some administrative positions, some finance positions, some technology positions that you're going to have matching jobs for. But obviously they've got a pretty big segment of their workforce and the teachers and the administration that's not going to match yours. And likewise, you'll have positions that they won't match as well. So that doesn't mean we match every single position for every single job, or excuse me, every single organization for every single job. But it allows us to pick and choose the jobs that we feel are the best match for the roles that your positions are playing. When we go to the market then, on the next slide, if we can skip forward. Sorry about that, but thank you.
Tell me and I'll do it.
Okay. Thank you. So as we look forward to the market, we did identify a pretty large market gap here. This does indicate again that your pay ranges had fallen below what the market is paying. And so on the left-hand side of this slide, we do show the unadjusted market rates. And so you'll see at the left, you're about 15% below the market at the bottom of the pay range. And so that just means if you were to literally look at your job posting and look at the job postings of the average peers that we pulled back there, yours would be about 15% below what the market would pay. When we do a cost of living adjustment to account for the exact cost of living that you would have versus theirs, really putting all of the salary dollars that we pull back in terms of what it would cost somebody to live and work in Flagler Beach, we do see a slight adjustment up from that, so about 4%. Not a humongous adjustment, but again, it did actually make you look a little bit, even a little bit further below the market there. So with those numbers, the other thing I'll highlight, if we'll skip back to it in just a moment, it is the range spreads that you all actually had. So your range spreads were a little bit more narrow than the market, and what that's going to lead to is you'll notice at the bottom of the range, you're about 15% unadjusted or 20% adjusted, but note it gets all the way up to 25 or almost 30% at the top of the range. And that just means your pay ranges were a little bit more narrow than the market. So even if you're exactly even with the market at the minimum, they would have a wider range to go to. They would actually be able to spread out a little bit further and a little bit higher over the course of their career. Again, just something to note, this wasn't such a big difference here that we would say this is extremely troubling, is going to cause huge issues for you. But what it does do is it really makes it even more important for you all to be competitive with your salaries at the bottom end of the range. We have worked with plenty of organizations who they say, oh, well, our low end of our scales, they're not very competitive, but our ranges are wide enough, it doesn't matter. We can still hire people in. If you've got very, very wide ranges, it can sometimes mask the market differential. But because yours are a little bit more narrow than the market, again, this was something that actually did impact you all a little bit more as you get to the top end of the market. I do want to indicate, keep in mind, these are the average responses there. So some positions came back a little bit worse, but some positions came back a little bit better. So it doesn't mean every single person or every single position, within the organization was this far behind, but it does indicate that there is an issue when you look across the range of your positions. We definitely did find a gap to what the market is paying here. That takes us to our recommendations. So again, as was already mentioned, some of these recommendations have already been implemented and some of it are still sort of in the process there. But we did recommend adopting an updated pay structure with a more consistent progression from the bottom to the top of the plan. So again, as we already mentioned, some of that some of the differentials that you saw there where there was a very, very small jump and a very, very large jump, we've looked to even that out and give you a more consistent progression from the bottom to the top of the plan. When we give you a new plan, what that means is you then have to adjust employee salaries to fit within the plan. And you have a couple different options for doing that. So the option that we typically don't recommend, but the easiest option is just to look at somebody and say, hey, is this person in the plan, yes or no? If they're already in the plan, you don't have to adjust them. But if they fall below the plan, because again, some of the grades, we did recommend big grade adjustments for your employees to get them to the market. You actually have to raise people up at the bottom of the plan. That can create a lot of compression. And so that would have created an issue for you all that you didn't have currently. It would have smushed people closer together, because if you take all the scales, you slide everybody up, again, you'll have all that compression at the bottom end of the pay range. So what we wanted to recommend was an adjustment methodology that would actually put people into your pay ranges in the manner which would actually space them out more appropriately in the range. So it is a very, very nice market adjustment methodology, but it also accounts for things like employees' time in their position and time with the city overall. So we call it our hybrid parity adjustment methodology. And again, what that does is it ensures that in your new market responsive pay ranges, an employee who's been in their position for 10 years is not going to be placed right next to somebody who just started last year. It actually spaces them out on the basis of that time that they've accrued, again, within their position and within the city overall. We are also recommending sort of the last bullet on there, updating the hiring policies again, just to make sure that they are going to be responsive with your new pay ranges. So again, as you've already, in the past, we've already indicated potentially, we didn't look at the historical data for all of your hires, but potentially had to hire people in a little bit higher into the range than you would have liked to. With a more market responsive plan, you want to be targeted with those hires. We would expect that you are able to hire people close to the minimum if they have the minimum qualifications of the position. But if somebody does have significant education experience beyond the minimum for the position, you may want to compensate for that education and experience and bring them in, again, at a more appropriate place within the pay range. So for the next steps, again, as it's mentioned on there, in February 2023, the city started using the hybrid parity model developed by Evergreen and provided to the city. So again, one more time, that hybrid parity model, it looks at the appropriate pay range for each position, so a market competitive pay range, and then it places employees within that pay range in a place that would allow the employee to be compensated for their experience, both within their job title and with the city overall. So if somebody's been here for 30 years, they just promoted last year, so they're in a new position, they wouldn't essentially have those gains completely erased. They are in a new position, but they would get partial credit for their time with the city. And so that has already begun. Combining that with continuing with this implementation as funds become available. Again, that's a city implementation that we are helping to support them on. But again, giving them the recommendation and where people should be placed, it really allows them to implement that plan as the funds are available, as you're able to pay for that for the different employees. Because it is more expensive than doing that, the original minimum option I talked about that causes all that compression. But we do strongly recommend looking at something like the hybrid parity. So again, we think the city's definitely on the right track with that implementation. We are continuing to develop and revise recommendations on the public safety pay scales. So again, understanding that what you all have coming forward, we are looking to get that finalized in the next few weeks. So again, that's something we're continuing to work with city staff on. So we expect that to be done shortly. In the very near future. And then lastly, again, revising policies and practices for moving employees' salaries through the pay plan, including promotions, including the new hires we already talked about. If somebody transfers, if somebody's demoted, those are things that you have to have up to date as well. So those policies, again, that we've already started looking at will fit in nicely with the hybrid progression that we've recommended. We would look at those again as the public safety pay scales are developed as well. We can look at the policies for those, but can't obviously finalize anything until we have that recommendation for the public safety scales. So that was the information I wanted to share at a high level. Are there any questions? Is there anything else I can address for anybody on any of that?
Discussion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mealy.
I noted on page 4-3 that there are employees who's not going to move up the pay scale.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't care for that.
So
I think everybody should move up somewhat if they have the qualifications, of course, and if they get the evaluations that are good. And given that, and I asked a question of staff yesterday, why some people, and we haven't talked about the internal equity adjustments yet, and that might apply more there. Sorry. But that some people were hired at a high salary because they were so terrific and we really needed that person. So if I let that sink in, and it occurred to me after I left the meeting with the staff, if that person was so valuable that we had to pay them higher to get them, why would we stay if we don't keep making them higher? Because they don't fit into some box on the schedule.
Yeah, so we're certainly not saying that if somebody didn't get an adjustment for this, that means they shouldn't get one in the future, or they should be kept where they are, or they should be decreased. That's certainly not what our claim is. When we look at this, though, there's a few different considerations that come into play. So first of all, we are not coming into this with a main goal of saying, hey, we're just going to come in and give everybody an increase. We came into this with the goal that, A, we want to make sure you're market competitive, and B, we want to make sure that the internal relationships make sense between positions. So we talked about those two goals that we had there. Some employees, they may have been hired at such a rate that they actually came in a little bit above where the market would say that they should be placed. Part of that may be appropriate. And so again, consider somebody who, and I'll make up pay ranges here, let's say there's a pay range you had from $30,000 to $50,000. If you're hiring a new person and you said, oh, $30,000 is not appropriate for them, we think they should be at $40,000, that might be the market appropriate rate. You already hired them above the minimum to begin with. So if we move your pay ranges and your new minimum is $40,000, that might have been what you identified was appropriate for them this year when you hired them, and that may have been what we agreed was appropriate for them now. That doesn't mean they now need to move up to $50,000, because again, they were already at that market competitive rate as a result of being hired a little bit higher. And so the analysis that we run, it looks at every single person. It looks at what would be the projected internal and external competitive rate for that person. And if somebody's already making more than that rate, we just leave them where they are. We don't decrease them. We don't take anything away from them.
That's the part I don't
But we leave them at that spot. Okay, well, that brings me to the one other thing that I can mention is, again, with council direction, we can very, very easily model an approach that would give everybody a minimum percentage increase. And so if we have a statement here where we say, hey, everybody should get at least 3% or 2% or whatever number you'd want to put in there, we can model that. But as was mentioned, again, given the tightness of funds and given the market gap that we had to make up, our top priority was making sure we got you to a competitive state. If there are funds available for that, and we can work with city staff to determine exactly how much that would cost, we can build that into the plan.
Because I'm thinking in terms of real people with faces and families. And I was a union negotiator for many years, so I think workers are entitled to be compensated.
I 100% agree with that.
You know, and it's not just grids and charts. I know I went through this with teachers too. You had a master's plus 75 in 25 years. This is how much you made. You could be the rottenest teacher in the world. So that wasn't a good system either.
Right.
But when I'm looking at real people with real faces, and they were so valuable that we hired them, with your example of instead of at 30,000, we hired them at 40,000.
Right.
Are they now not valuable enough in the growing economy with the higher cost of living to make more money? And I think there has to be a way of working that out.
Well, we are very, very happy to continue working with city staff on that. Again, for us, it's all about priorities. And so again, if money is unlimited, we can give you a solution where everybody obviously very easily gets everything they want. I'm not saying that's what you're suggesting. I'm just saying there is a give and take there. But we will work with city staff, and we can certainly come back with models that would make sure everybody gets something.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager, you had a comment?
I think I can address, I believe I understand your concern. Part of what they also put into the plan is a progression through, it's about 55%, if I remember right, from beginning to the end range. And what we're doing this year in the budget is we're preparing, as part of the budget, two things: the cost of living, and then also the progression that people should go one step every year and within that range. And that, I think, addresses, Commissioner Mealy, what your concern is. And so if you get placed in the salary schedule at, say, 30%, that doesn't freeze you at 30%. You are eligible to move up one step, which I believe is 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken, given that 55%. That it's a career progression. So there's two avenues. But again, it's important to remember that all of that's budget dependent.
Well, of course it is.
Yeah, but we are trying to develop, when they gave us the system, we're using the system as it's designed. It's designed that you move progressively through that range. And if you have 55%, and I think it's 25 years, I think is what's
yeah, I think 25 is what we
use. And it comes
use.
out to about 2.5%, and that's what we're doing.
Because here it says, any employee whose and it says it 4 times, any employee whose salaries are already higher than the new grade minimum would not receive an adjustment.
Well, that's the bring to minimum approach. We didn't freeze everybody at the minimum.
It said under parity, class parity, tenure parity.
Hybrid parity is the one that is appropriate, and that's if they're higher than the hybrid projected salary, they would not see the increase. So again, you are right. There are some employees who would not see an increase if they're above their hybrid projected salary. But again, that's just an immediate increase right now with the compensation study. That's not saying they wouldn't see an increase next year or with the budget this year, or whenever you all would improve that increase for employees, they would still get one. They just wouldn't receive a market adjustment now with the study. But again, we can easily model something where everybody gets something, and we can work with city staff to cost it out and show you what would be the difference between the options.
All right.
I have a statement.
Well, if I hear you correctly, and I hear you correctly, you're talking about just the adjustments, and you're talking about annual evaluations and raises, right? Where they would always get something every year, but what you're referring to is just the adjustment.
Correct. The market.
Not everybody will get an adjustment because some don't need an adjustment. So I think you might be talking about 2 different things possibly, because I think you're referring to folks that work diligently, and even though they're high paid, should still get raises, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you're only referring,
I'm referring to the immediate one-time market adjustment.
Yeah, if there is a market adjustment needed for a given position, but some positions don't need that.
Correct, right.
Whatever they are. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to try to help clarify, because that's what I was hearing, is kind of 2 different things. Mm-hmm. Mayor, what'd you have?
Well, I was thinking about what Jane had said about, and you had said you actually used the word everyone gets something. I'm not one of everyone gets something just because you show up to work. Mm-hmm. Your raises should be earned. Mm-hmm. And I'm more of the earned raises. I actually just gave raises at work this week, and they were across the board, and they were earned on your merit and your skill and your own increase, not just because you came here for 365 days, you get a raise.
Well, that's not what I said. Let's not mislead what I said.
I'm talking about what he said. He said everyone gets something, and that's what I'm going off of. And that's where I wanted to clarify that I'm more of the mindset of earned merit instead. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I guess I'm not positive when I said everybody gets something, because I think the clarification I was saying is not everyone gets something, because everyone's looked at. Right. Everyone is evaluated. But if you're above that evaluation point, you don't move any further. So I'm not sure if I misspoke or if I said something else, because there are some people in this adjustment who would not receive an adjustment if they were above the evaluation point already.
Well, it kind of doesn't matter because it's on the not the annual raises, but on the individual compensation raises.
Right, because that's the whole thing is I think the conversation got muddled between adjustments and annual raises. And so it got blurred a little bit.
Well, the annual adjustments, again, you all would be free to administer those as you wanted to each year. If you do have a performance system that you're able to utilize and you're able to differentiate between performance, that's a great thing to be able to do. Obviously, we would just recommend that you have a system that does accurately track performance and that supervisors are trained on how to use that. And again, that's a great thing if you have that system that you're able to utilize. This does not preclude you from using that system at all, but it would be separate than the market adjustments that we're talking about here.
That all kind of makes sense to everybody? Okay. Commissioner Bellinger, did you have a question?
This is comprehensive. This covers all. I'm looking at these sheets.
That should cover every single position, yes, that we have in the database.
Commissioners.
Sure. I think it would cover the, city staff, not necessarily
Don't
elected.
do any work.
Yeah, not elected, just the city
Okay,
staff.
that covers everybody.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Evergreen or comments, discussion points? City manager, do you have anything you wanted to add?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, I think we're good.
All right, well, thank you all very much. I appreciate the opportunity to come share with you, and if you have any other questions that come up later, please feel free, let the city manager know, and he's in regular contact with us. We'll be happy to provide any other clarity we can. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
Thanks.
All right, no action needed on that. Now we'll move to item 12, which is approve internal equity adjustments, or I should say consider internal equity adjustments. HR manager.
Do we know,
Everyone,
is there any backup at all for this? No?
yes,
That spreadsheet you were just, Rick, that's the one. Yeah, that's item 12.
This one is?
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
yeah.
You're jumping ahead of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I found it.
Well, as Mark just discussed back in February, we utilized the database and some of the models that were provided by Evergreen to give an increase to for the employees. So we could get the money that was allocated with the budget for this year and get that money out, the raises and adjustments made. When we did that in February, there was certain positions that we felt that, or their department heads and the employees felt they weren't being compensated on their job duties and what they really did. When we did the Evergreen study, we just did the market study. We did not do a full analysis of job descriptions, classifications, or anything like that. So these things did come up, and we did take a look at it. There were 9 positions that we looked at. Right now, we're addressing 5. There were a number of police and fire that were holding on, waiting on the results of the next part of the Evergreen study. Out of those 5 positions, we met with the employee, the department head. We discussed what job duties they were doing, kind of looked at all different aspects of their position. We came up with some suggestions and some recommendations. We took this back to, we had a compensation study committee put together, presented our findings or any of our suggestions and went through them. And now we are at the point where we're recommending, there is a sheet there with the recommended adjustments in pay grades and titles for the 5 positions that we have. So that is where we're at right now, and we're looking at those 5 positions.
So what I'm hearing is these people didn't get the full amount because they were classified incorrectly. Would that be a good summarization?
Correct. It has been quite some time since the last compensation study we did was in 2007. We've been basically using the same pay grade. We've made a few adjustments throughout the years, throughout the last few years, but we haven't really looked at job descriptions and classifications, and people's roles have changed, and we really have not updated where major parts of their jobs have changed over the years, and we haven't addressed it. And this does address that.
And after this, everybody will be in the proper classifications?
I believe so, but I think it's an ongoing thing.
This group, there's still a section
Yes,
that's still being
there's
worked on. This
still-
group will
yes.
be in the proper classification.
The section to be worked on is police and fire is what you're
Correct, that's the next group.
Okay.
But as far as this group, these were recommendations from the department heads with their people of who we should take a look at and really analyze their job duties compared to their job descriptions and classifications. Not to say that this is final and ending. I think it's something that we really need to address ongoing, because there is changes. We can't just let it sit for years and not look at it. But right now, these are the positions that we're looking at.
Any questions or discussion?
So the question I asked you yesterday was specific to a couple of people who aren't on this list, and they're not police and fire. And you said that they were hired at a much higher salary, and that's why they're not in here. And that's where I got upset that.
So you were thinking they weren't going to get raises, like meaning?
Well, they didn't.
Annual raises?
No, I didn't think that. I thought they deserved to be on this list because they didn't get the increase back in February or whenever everybody else got the increases from the money that we had allocated. So that's why I don't think, I'll approve these, but I don't think it's fair to the people that were so valuable that we hired them at higher salaries than normal. Just, that's what.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm confused. I'm looking at amounts by fund for proposed internal equity adjustment. So who on these 5 positions is sanitation?
The sanitation is not included on this.
That was one of the ones I was asking.
But it's on this chart. It says pay grade changes, total of 36,000. That's one of the ones that's added into.
You talking about the 3388 number?
Yeah.
Okay, that is, when you look at the dollar amounts for each fund, there are people that are split throughout.
Okay.
One salary is split a percentage through either general fund, utility fund, sanitation. We have a number of employees that are split amongst the funds.
Okay.
Answer your question?
Yeah, I guess it answers my question that nobody in sanitation got a.
Somebody who works sometimes in sanitation got it.
Well, there were raises in sanitation.
Yeah, okay.
But concerning these positions.
Reclassification of job description.
There were no reclassification of job descriptions in sanitation.
Okay. All right.
Further discussion? Oh, wow, quiet group today. City Manager, do you have any other thoughts?
No, sir. The only thing I would say is after this, then we're going to bring to you what we call the external equity, and that's some positions that were frozen because of budgetary concerns last year. And they have some equity issues that were caused by that, and we'll bring that to you at the next commission meeting.
So there's going to be another set of adjustments, internal adjustments?
Yes. If you say not that are associated with these, no. There'll be, last year when you made the salary increases, the budget limitations that were put on several positions meant that some employees were not treated equitably. Okay. And so they'll be brought to you next time, and that will be at the first meeting in July.
Okay.
So I guess I have a little bit of heartburn about that. So back when we approved the money to give the raises, we said, look, here's an amount. Well, there was a proposed amount. We said that's too much. Here's a revised amount that we're comfortable with when we were doing budgeting to spread equally as best you can amongst the employees. And that finally happened extremely late. And then So we have this in front of us saying, well, these people didn't get it because of this. And then we're going to have another one coming up at another meeting that says, well, those people didn't get it because of that. So that's now two times that we're over the amount that commission even budgeted and was okay with spending. And then immediately a couple weeks after that, we're going to go into budgeting for even more adjustments. And that seems, that gives me a lot of heartburn, because we authorized a certain amount of money to be spent on raises, and it was designed to be a phased approach. And then here in next month, I'm assuming, well, we're going to be tabling a lot of money or sum of money to do the next phase of raises. And to insert all these other things in between for a whole lot of, miscellaneous reasons, that bothers me. Does that make sense?
I understand, Commissioner, what you're saying, but I would address it in this way. When you implement a new salary schedule, a new pay plan, which is in essence what we're doing, what you did is you allocated or appropriated funds for increases. But you did not have a salary plan in front of you when you did that. These people had to be paid according to some salary plan which the city put into place to be able to implement the salary increases that you provided. But when that occurred, when you actually implemented the plan, then that led to it found inequities that were built into the fact that you were moving from one system to another system. And when you had the money that you appropriated, it unfortunately just wasn't enough to be able to move from one salary schedule to another one. So you have some inequities that were developed, and what we're doing is we're bringing to you how to address those inequities that you naturally have through nobody's responsibility or fault. It's just a matter of you're moving from one system to another. And what would have been ideal, I guess, is if you'd had the salary system in place last year before you implemented the budget. Then you would have known exactly how much you had to have for the budget. And unfortunately, you didn't know that. So now what we're doing is we're correcting what those problems were in the conversion from one system to another. Does that answer your question?
It does, but then it raises another. So if we're fixing these inequities, and then the next round, the next upcoming meeting, we're fixing the other inequities, which is the police and fire, and then that fixes everybody, then what are we going to be looking at during budgeting? That means everybody's fixed, right?
It means everybody's fixed for moving into the salary system, yes. But it doesn't address cost of living, and it doesn't address implementing the salary schedule that you have. Commissioner Mealy, when I addressed her questions, the system is built for about, I think it's 2.5% annual increase that is in there, and we would implement that as part of the budget process, and then whatever cost of living that would be associated as well. So it's important to remember that what we're doing right now is Liz is talking to you about internal equity issues of people working outside their classification, which we are correcting. The second thing we're going to bring to you is a way of correcting moving from one salary system to the second salary system to ensure that everybody is treated equitably in that conversion. So that'll be the second thing we'll brought to you. The third thing will be brought to you is how do you actually implement the compensation schedule based upon the fact that we have found that public safety is really not market competitive within that compensation schedule, and we're creating a different variation for public safety. So that would be implemented as well. And then with the cost of living. So there's multiple steps. They're not related to each other, right? If that explains it. Does that help explain your question?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, but it created one for me. So if you go from one pay system to another, and you getting the equity there to start with, and you're talking about going up a percentage each year, correct?
Yes.
So were you not going to suggest that we get into a merit system?
Personally, I would suggest that, but you do not have...
Down the road.
Yes, but right now, to do that and do it right, you have to have the internal administrative resources in HR. That's why we have recommendation in the last meeting with the commission where we had programs talked about. The city does not have the administrative staff to be able to implement a merit pay. To do that, you really got to have at least one other position in HR to do it. It's a very complicated process. One thing, we're not right now, we don't even do evaluations.
Right, I understand that it's complicated.
Yeah.
But would that be in addition to percentage or replace percentage?
Could be either or. I mean, I would not.
I was thinking down the road.
Yeah, I would think that you would want to have, I just don't know. I think would have to be studied, whether your step increase would be totally merit related, or you would have a guaranteed step plus a merit. Many cities have both, and a lot of it's budget driven.
Why would we need to add a position just to give raises when we are paying for, well, potentially, if that module gets approved, the super program, I forget the name, that has the ability to do that. If the department heads are writing the evals and turning them in, the data just gets plugged into that program and it puts the evals out. That was one of the programs that you proposed, was that HR computer program that was real expensive, that did all kinds of stuff, and one of it was we talked about it in that big strategic style meeting.
I was talking about HR programs with onboarding and record keeping, not...
There was one that had a whole bunch of data capabilities and everything. I'd have to go back to reference the sheet, but it was an expensive program that could get used in multiple departments. We talked about it numerous times. I don't know if y'all remember it. I just don't remember the name of it because I don't have it in front of me. But that program had the ability to do evals.
Any automated system, you would need an automated system to do a merit pay evaluation system, but ultimately it takes people on the ground to be able to ensure that you've got the evaluations done correctly, and that you're going to have to build in an appeal system so employees can appeal what the ratings are and go through that kind of a process. It's very labor intensive, even though you may have an automated system. Because for each job, to do a real, truly merit system, for each job, you're going to break down the evaluation based upon the job duties within that particular job that you're evaluating. In addition, one thing that all department heads are now doing is goals and objectives that will be implemented this year, and it's going to be given to you as part of your budget process, so you'll have an understanding of how each department relates to the programs that it administers, and you have to evaluate that. So a true merit pay system is going to have different evaluations for almost every position, meaning that you classify and segregate out individual duties and evaluate those by individual to ensure that you're doing a true merit adjustment. Does that provide kind of
enough? Enough to where I'm not going to fight Shannon. All right, so we got to figure out what to do with the money. Thoughts?
Well, my thought is these people have been doing jobs that they're not being paid for. So they're entitled to move up to the pay grade that for the job they've been doing.
So this money's coming out of reserves, I'd assume?
And do we have a full dollar amount?
36,000.
36. Well,
there it is.
Actually, it's not. 36,220 was the total amount. If you see right below in that chart, there was some remaining money left from the initial adjustments. So you see what's remaining. So you have utility, sanitation, and stormwater that would have to be funded. We can use the remaining amount for general fund. So the cost would be $9,060 amongst the utility, sanitation, and stormwater funds.
Well, when you say we see the amount, what is the amount that is left over?
Like in general fund, the remaining amount from the initial adjustments is $21,907.
Okay, so the numbers we see in brackets are the remaining amounts.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So like utility, the pay grade changes are $19,000. We have a remaining $15,410. So you would only be funding the $4,354. So the total cost would come to $9,060.
Okay, so that...
I'm not seeing that.
So that money will come from where?
That would be coming
from... The 9,000 would come out of reserves?
Reserves.
Okay.
So the financial impact of this decision is 9,000 something then, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know.
Where is that amount on here?
It does, I don't have the...
Difference between this one and this one.
Okay, so it's not actually
no, I didn't
put in there. All right.
And these are not in the general fund.
Yeah, got it.
Right, some of those
This
are
one's in-
enterprise funds.
Yeah.
Well, it should have been in the background. Okay.
And that 9,000 is also not coming out of reserves because part of it's coming out of, some of that would come out of enterprise also, right? Or the reserves for the enterprise funds, it's
For
not
that
coming out of
portion, right.
general fund, meaning collected from ad valorem.
Okay.
But it was just, for the public and for the record, it'd be good to have those numbers. I guess we could just add them up, but we're not going to do that.
You want a calculator?
No, I was going to say you can do mealy math with it real quick. Okay, so how does the board feel about this? Commissioner Spradley.
I always have my eye on being, as we all do, fiscally responsible here, but we also talk about the city's most valuable asset is its people.
Commissioners. I had to.
I said most, not least. So, and a more general comment that I want to make is something was said earlier, it may have been by Mike, but part of the problem of where we are is that in a perfect world, we would have had this new template to plug everybody into and make one adjustment. But unfortunately, it just sort of happened that an effort was made to hand out adjustments without a system in place, and then here comes the template, so the problem sort of got worse instead of better. But with that said, it looks like what we're talking about here is a one-time attempt to make this adjustment, combined with what we're doing tonight, with what's going to happen the next meeting. And then we got a baseline, and then to answer some of Commissioner Mealy's concerns, there will be room for adjustment. These are not positions that are going to be locked into a wage and not be able to adjust upwards. We've got that straightened out. And so to me, it's just there's a little pain with getting into that template, to get it fixed. And so for me, with that said, I'm all for getting us adjusted. It's been forever since something like this has been done. It sounds like it's going to take a little bit of money coming from reserves or from enterprise, but at least getting it fixed and giving us a procedure going forward that we can look at, that the managers can look at, the employees can look at, and know what they have instead of a willy-nilly, out of sync system, I think is worth that pain.
Are you making a motion?
Well, I thought we were still in the midst of discussing it.
You don't want to make a motion?
Yeah. I mean, I'll make a motion if you're ready for a motion.
Is your mic on?
Okay. Make a motion to approve the internal equity adjustments as recommended by the HR director.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item?
Come on, member.
Come on, members of the public.
Only one out there.
All right.
Bob Cunningham, North 10th Street. From everything from the study that was done and not everything, sounds like it's very reasonable. If people are on the wrong classifications, they need to be put in the right areas, paid the right amount of monies. I know I'm in favor of it, and I think probably most of the community as well. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other public comments, we'll close public comment. And we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, item 13, resolution 2023-11.
Resolution 2023-11, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach approving a highway lighting maintenance and compensation agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation, providing for conflict and an effective date.
All right, and city manager, you taking that one? Or did you want to bring somebody up for that?
I can take it.
Because I'm going to ask a question.
On the lighting contract.
Public Works Supervisor.
What's that?
I said Jennifer Cruz, Public Works Supervisor.
All right. Can you just give us the cliff notes on this, please?
Okay, so the first phase that you approved was to get all the lights on the bridge up and working. So the second phase was whatever money was left over to use with the rest of replacing the lights and getting working, or get rid of the halogen, turn them into the LEDs. So the rest of the money that is going to cover from Flagler to A1A on the lights on 100 here. And that's going to be on the next agenda to be approved for that amount.
Okay, so the first one was for the bridge. This is for 100.
Right.
Okay.
So this is for the bridge because that was the main focus. They also did a few other ones off of the bridge and got them working, like by the crosswalk over that was out. So we focused on some other ones. One off of Palm by the pond. That was another one that got fixed.
So this is not a renewal contract?
I don't know what this is.
I don't believe she totally understands. She's explaining the progress on the bridge light
I am. So
replacement.
we're on something totally different.
She's explaining what is done with this, but this
With
is
the money.
this is a contract that actually allows her to do that. We maintain it, and so
The amount-
DOT reimburses us for the cost. That's
Okay.
what this
But
is.
the amount
So this is
changes.
the renewal.
Yeah.
My question was, when you get to this compensation agreement certification, it says that we keep all facilities fully operating. So but there's nothing anywhere that I see what all facilities includes.
I don't get any of that information either. Penny has all of the information for this.
Not that that changes anything, but.
I do know the amount for next year does change. That they're giving
Up or down?
us. Down.
Down.
So we had 120 this year. Next year, it's only going to be 57,000 and some change. That's why I tried to get as much
Because they
as
don't
the lights.
think we have to replace anything now that we have new lights?
It's based on a formula, and we received today their response, and the response was that the factors of which they use as far as what the projected replacement is down. So with that, they automatically
You feel like
shift
you
it
don't
down.
need more
But
money?
down because we replaced the lights?
No.
They're all brand new, right?
Their formula for what would be necessary to replace next year goes down, partly because of their projection for the lights that we did replace and how long the lifespan of those lights are. And what will be necessary to replace next year is down. It's because of what we've done historically.
Okay, that was
But that
my
wasn't
question.
just for lights, that was all the wiring had to be redone.
Yeah.
It was old.
Well, did any of the repairs include the relay boxes?
I think one of them did on conjunction box. Yes. I don't know if I have that one with me. I think I have the
So
proposed
we're
for
gonna,
next year.
the last stretch that didn't get done, Jan, between Flagler and A1A, that's going to get done with funds we already have.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
And that is part of all facilities.
yes.
Right.
They, it was a
Just curious why they
contractor
did
with the
everything
center.
but that, just to make
We were just focusing on trying to, DOT's wanting all the halogen lights gone away and LED, but it also can, there's a lot of wiring and cables and stuff that had to be replaced. So it's not just fixing lights and changing them out. There's a whole lot more to it than that, they should take into consideration for next year.
Any other thoughts? My thoughts are, for multiple years, it's been mentioned, this goes all the way back going back to city managers, that this contract is not equitable to the city. Do we have any data on that? Because my understanding that, and I don't have the hard data, but the previous two city managers have both said that this contract costs the city more than what we're getting. It is not equitable to the city. Do we know?
I do not. This is the first year I've had the budget for this. It used to be out of maintenance with Bill.
The only answer I could give is I can't talk about the historical inequities with it, but I will say this is there's a value to the city doing this contract that's beyond money, and that is the effectiveness of the lighting system. And one of the things by us maintaining the replacement of the lights is that we can ensure that we have the effectiveness of being able to respond, like what you're asking about what is the phasing of the lights. We now control that. If we did not do this contract, we'd either do it for no money or we wouldn't control it, and DOT would do it, and we'd have no ability to ensure that the lights are replaced when they should be, where now we can. So there is a value to the contract beyond the monetary reimbursement. And I have seen what they do, and they do it based upon projection of, and I would call it in layman's terms, items that we're replacing, and what they think is going to be replaced in the next year based upon what was done historically in this year. And so they ratchet it down, and therefore they reimburse us less. But I do think we need to look at this from a perspective more than just what dollars are we getting. We're getting a value because we're controlling the replacement of those lights.
And you are recommending it?
I recommend it.
Any other thoughts? All right. Pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2023-11.
Second.
All right, we'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor, please say aye. Oh, wait.
It's a
Is this a roll call?
Roll call,
Yes.
resolution.
Janelle, if you could call the roll, please.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Belhumeur?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Spradley?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Okay, city attorney.
No, I did all my talking before we started this.
City manager.
Oh, there we go. I have some really good news I'd like to talk to you about, and you may be aware of this, but one of our greatest, finest employees, Katie Dockhorn. And Katie is, I think everybody would agree, is just an invaluable asset to the city. She and her husband, John, they, on Wednesday, Katie gave birth to a 6-pound, 15 ounce baby boy. And, you know, very, very glad to announce its name's Michael. And I had no influence on convincing her and John to name it Michael, but it's named Michael. And but we also, so we're very proud to announce Katie's addition to her family, and wish her and John and little Michael the absolute best. And so Katie will be gone for 4 months. She's on maternity leave. She'll be back in September, but in the meantime, Kate Settle is filling in for Katie, and Kate's doing a wonderful job as well. So we're very pleased to have Kate doing the work that she's doing. As a matter of fact, you may have seen me running in and out of during the CRA meeting. Kate was working on another, what I think a real positive development, and that is we received, and you have on your phones, all the applications for the city manager position. There's 10 applications that you now have. It's amazing to me the background work that Colin Basinger has done on the city manager's position. The reason Kate brought me, you know, came in the room is I was really getting nervous over where the applications were, and we wanted to get them to you tonight. But since you got them by email, I said, well, went out and I looked at them, and for each one, it's about that, or for the 10 that you will have, it's the paper's about like that. It's about, I don't know how many pages, but it's voluminous. So I would like to ask, we'll make copies for everybody if you want. If you'd rather work on your own iPad or whatever you may have and don't want this book, please let me know, and we won't go out and buy 2 or 3 reams of paper to copy, but we will if you want. And please, and
that's just for the 10 applicants.
I'm sorry.
That's just for the top 10.
Top 10.
Not the whole 27
not the whole,
or whatever.
Not the whole 30-some.
33.
Yeah, and so that's.
I want paper. Sorry.
Okay. Does anybody not want paper?
One paper?
Not want paper? Okay, 2. Okay, we're going to make 1 to 4, make 4 books for you, and that's going to be ready tomorrow. So please, Kate's going to have it. If I'd recommend stop by in the early afternoon.
Can she send an email and say it's ready?
That's a good point. I'll have her do that. Okay. And that's a good point, Commissioner. I'll have her do that. But so we're very happy to have those 10 applicants, and I just want to remind everybody that the screening for those is the 27th. And it's here I think 5:30 is when it starts. Colin is going to be here and he will call you before that. He'll call you and talk to you about the applicants if you have any questions, so that before the 27th, so that he'll call you individually. And if you've got any questions on that, then on the 27th is when you will screen those 10 down to 5. And so I think everybody's got that on your calendar. Okay, got those 2. I do want to remind everybody of the schedule that we created for the budget. The plan is that we will present the budget to you on the 10th. I mean, we'll give you a copy of the budget. And then on the 19th, we have a budget meeting. So again, I want to work with you on it. My plan on the budget message that you will receive is I want to work on programs. The goals and objectives that we're going to present to you by each department will, I think, be a foundation for you to talk about what programs you want and what do you want to see for the future. If we'd like to keep it down to one meeting because you're really going to have a very, very, very busy month. And if we can keep it down to one, and the way to do that, I believe, is if we can focus on the programs. Staff has spent probably 25 hours at least going over each one of these budgets to get the line items down as far as we can get them down. And what we'd like to do, we've got about 30 decision modules to present to you that would be ideas for the future plus ideas that you have that we haven't captured in one of the decision modules. And my goal is to have that as a focus of your discussion on the 19th and not go over line items so much, if we can do that. And that way it puts you in setting the programs and the policies for the budget for the next fiscal year. And that's my 3 announcements. I'd be happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
You said the budget meeting starts at 6:30 a.m., I believe?
I wake up at 5, I'm good.
Do it. Questions for city manager?
I probably do, but until I actually see what the budget presentation looks like, I'll have questions then.
For the screening of the candidates, if there's going to be any type of calculation formula or anything that is going to be asked of us, it would probably be helpful to have them get some type of direction to us so we're not trying to sift through that in meeting, because that could really create havoc if we're trying to figure out, because as we scrub the applications, we'll probably each have our own ideas of potential people. But then if we find out right at the beginning of meeting that there's going to be an ask that these people are classified by a certain thing, that could really throw a wrench in the works potentially. So I guess my only request is any direction that if we're going out, if we're doing anything other than just names and debating, that there's kind of direction or request put out ahead of time so we can at least know what to expect in meeting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a sheet, and Colin recommends staying away from a ranked order system, but he does have with the applications a page and then a backup page explaining it, where you would provide your own preferences based upon how you evaluate that candidate according to the needs that you believe Flagler Beach possesses. So it's more of a perception that you have of each one of those applicants, but what he has provided to you, it's even detailed down to newspaper clippings that come from local newspapers. It has the applicants discussed by the newspaper. It has background investigations, not only criminal, but just other background type investigations. So I think he will talk to you and about how to go through those when he calls you. But he, and I talked to him about it, he doesn't believe that the best way to do it is try to come up with a uniform evaluation system, because each one of you are going to have a different set of criteria that you believe constitutes a valuable city manager.
So would it be possible to stack rank them the same way we would do any other position that comes before us?
Yeah, and that's what the first page that you're going to have is basically stack ranking them according to criteria that you believe is important.
Right. So we stack rank it. City clerk would total it. We have our 5
Yeah, you're going to. Well, he's going to on the 27th. He's going to facilitate walking you through that so that you have a way of taking that stack ranking and then determining who should be the top 5. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for?
Now, I didn't want to get too deep into what they were going to do. This is our decision. So I don't want Colin Basinger to be totally controlling this whole thing. It's great that they got all the applications. That's what we wanted them to do. And that they narrowed it down based on background checks and things like that. But now it's us. And yes, I'll look at things differently than you will, than Rick will. But that's our job. We hire 2 people, and that's important. So I don't want some outside firm dictating how I go about doing that.
That's why it'll be good, so I have a little bit of concern about that particular meeting. I just want to make sure that it goes smooth for everybody.
I agree with you, Jamie. Leaned a little too hard on the people who helped us the last round. So that's certainly a lesson learned from me.
Mayor, do you have something?
I was going to add, I think after the last hire, that we will all be hyper-focused and dialed in for our city and background checks even further. So, and I love the idea of newspaper clippings and online articles, and all of that is going to be very critical in the decision.
All right. Any other questions or comments for city manager? Jail?
So the meeting on Tuesday, the June 27th, I just need you guys to schedule that, because it's not technically scheduled, I don't believe. I just got direction to ask you guys to schedule that.
How did we get it in our calendars?
Penny called all of you to ask. You haven't officially on record scheduled the special meeting.
I thought it was,
I believe.
5:30.
It's 5:30 on June 27th.
5:30. What's that?
At 5:30 on June 27th.
Yeah. We have a consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay,
It's now scheduled.
perfect. And then Friday, July 14th at 1 p.m., there's a schedule for interviews.
July 14th?
July 14th, you have a meeting in the morning, I believe.
July 14th.
Yes.
At what time?
June 27th.
That's
Scheduled.
That's the one we just,
What time?
5:30 on June 27th.
That's to go from 10 to 5.
1 o'clock,
Candidates to 5.
1 p.m. on the 14th for a schedule for interviews.
oh, it's not all day.
It's at 1 o'clock. You have another meeting, I believe, in the morning? I don't know what your meeting is in the morning. I apologize, it doesn't say it on this paper.
On my calendar, it says manager interviews.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe there's another, it just says, they have one in the morning. She's spoken to each of you about clearing your calendars for these meeting dates.
I said I had a problem because I had a prior commitment, which I have since gotten out of.
Okay.
So I don't know if so the 14th is not till 1:30?
No, ma'am. She said that it would be an all day.
It is all day.
It also at 1, I don't know, I'm so sorry because I didn't have the initial conversation with any of you.
I'm confused.
So, I mean, you can, we can verify with Penny, but in her email here, it says all day.
I think I may be able to help. I believe it's going to be divided into individual one-on-one and then collective. So that's why you have to do it all day. You're just variation of how you're doing the interviews. So just, I think the thing to do is block out the whole day.
So I'll see candidate A at some time while Scott's seeing candidate B.
Yeah.
While he's, okay, and then,
Right.
so it is an all day.
That's why I say block out the whole day, because it'll be individuals plus collective. You'll do both.
So with that now, I think I understand what Penny is asking Janelle to do, which is to get you to agree to the special meeting where you will all be sitting at the dais in the same room at whatever time. Was that 1?
At 1 o'clock.
So that's what Penny was asking for. Yes, you're booked all day, but only part of that is for the special meeting that Penny is looking to formalize.
What day is the budget workshop?
The 19th?
That's the 19th.
Do we have
Budget
anything on the
workshop.
18th? Because
And then that's your tentative, there's, that was my next point. On Tuesday, the 18th, that's a tentative date. If you could hold that in case a candidate is not chosen for the 14th.
The day?
It just says, you can pick the time. It doesn't have one suggested for you.
I could do, yeah. Yeah.
And then we have the budget workshop on the 19th, and we're supposed to hold the 20th, even though Mike is convinced we're going to get through the whole thing in one day.
And that's all I have.
Need them to agree to July 14th at 1?
We're gonna need higher salaries for us with getting fired from our regular jobs.
Or was that just for their information?
I think it needs to be a consensus.
Go ahead and, go ahead and reach a consensus on the Friday, the July 14th at 1 p.m. and Tuesday, July 18th at 5:30 p.m.
All right, July 14th, all day. Do we have a consensus on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
What day was that you said?
July 14th.
July
all day.
14th at 1 p.m.
Is the official meeting, but
Is the
we have
official
to be
meeting.
available for the,
All right, so we have a consensus on that
Yeah.
and the consensus on July 19th.
July 18th at 5:30 p.m. as a tentative date that you might not have to go to.
at 5:30, not during,
That's just what you all just said.
I didn't. So is it, what's the 19th?
19th is budget workshop. Let's get the 19th out of the way. So all-day budget workshop, 7/19, do we have a consensus?
Right. The 18th, I'm sorry, is this the second day of the city manager?
Tentative.
That's tentative.
It's a rollover from the 14th.
If you select, no. If
No.
you select on the 14th, you don't need the 18th.
Right, but if we
you
need the
don't,
18th.
then you just need probably 5:30 or whatever you want to meet, 5:30 or just to make the selection.
I am still waiting on a consensus.
Because it's a rollover date, that's why
I know.
I'm pushing it earlier.
I
Let's,
just want to know what,
okay, let's talk about the 19th first.
18th?
The 19th.
I didn't say the
All day,
19th.
but I am talking about getting consensus on the 19th. Do we? Thank you, yes.
Yes.
Do we have a consensus on a budget workshop for the 19th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I did not ask that, though.
you did not.
Oh.
I did. But I appreciate your help. So now we have the 18th for, the mayor suggested 5:30, or any other times, a potential consensus. We got to agree on a time first.
5:30.
it's only if we don't,
Correct. We got to have a backup schedule.
5:30.
on the 18th.
Yes, I'm fine.
Okey dokey,
All right, I hear consensus on that.
absolutely.
Any other days we got to have a consensus on?
14th.
Janelle,
We already,
big favor.
we already
Okay.
came to a consensus on that.
Okay.
when we're done, like tomorrow, can you send us a list of,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, just make sure I have it right.
You got it.
Do we have all our dates?
The ones I asked for, correct, yes.
All right, we're good there. What else you got? And there's an update on the Dune Walkover project slated under city clerk.
Apologize for that. Penny did not receive it from Lindsay. She will, as she returns to the office, she's out sick, apologizes. As soon as she gets it back to the office, she will update you all.
Okay. All right. Commission comments, Mayor.
What about the chief and anybody back there?
Is the
Oh,
chief back there?
disappeared. Chief disappeared.
All right, so, Mayor.
Rick?
You ready for comments?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a update. I had reached out to Heidi Petito, the county administrator, due to lots of questions that were coming up online regarding the fishing pier, the Betty Sup, the Moody boat ramp, and all of that. So I reached out to Heidi, and I had asked her if the county had a time frame for repairs on that, and she had let me know that the issue was that they were unable to find a contractor that had capacity to replace the poles, and the county was going to be doing the decking and the handrails internally because they don't own the equipment for the jet pilings. And there was just limited number of dock builders within the community, and she had actually asked me if I knew anyone by chance, and so I reached out to a contact that we had with Maritime Construction, and it's a contact that the county had not reached out with, and they said that they would be happy to take the project, and that they would be 2 weeks out, and so I connected Heidi and county and Maritime Construction, and so now hopefully we'll have our boat ramp fixed very soon, and the rest of the fishing piers down there.
That's a big deal.
It is. It's
Yeah, thank you.
down for nearly a year.
Mm-hmm.
They had exhausted all their resources, and I knew that Maritime Construction had a good standing here in our community, so I was happy to give them a reference. So she was thrilled. So that was one thing. I wanted to say thank you to Chair Cooley and Commissioner Spradley on Tuesday's meeting with the county and the rest of the municipalities. I think that it was a good start to get the ball rolling for our future, for all residents, the future for everybody on the beach traffic, additional parking across the county on beach access points, and also hopefully expanding the lifeguard program throughout the county and also of our freshwater access points. I thought it was great, and I look forward to future meetings. Then my other was 4th of July. If any residents looking to hand out garbage bags, I've been the garbage bag fairy along with Carla Klein for about 6 or 7 years now. And we walk the beach from the pier all the way down to the south end of town around 17th Street. Takes us a couple hours, but we pass out garbage bags to everyone, to the tent cities essentially, to help keep our beaches clean, and it's been effective over the last couple of years. But if anyone wants to join, just reach out to me and I'll be glad to bring you some bright orange bags. Because everyone's always like, what are those orange bags you're passing out? I'm like, they're garbage bags.
It's almost a gift bag.
It is. And with that, we can't hit every beach goer, so we have a beach cleanup July 5th at 9 a.m. Meet at the A-frame, and we'll have the materials and supplies and welcome residents from all over the county, including our residents right here in Flagler Beach, to help us pick up. And last, I only had a question for the city manager. Did we have an update on the hiring of the city planner? We've spent a lot of time focusing, I know, on the city manager, and I was just thinking, I actually wrote the note down during the meeting tonight. Any updates on city planner position?
We did get a few applicants. They were reviewed and didn't fit the criteria that we were looking for. Currently, right now, we're taking a look at the job description and working with Larry Torino. We don't have a large planning department. We have a planner. So he was had a little concern about the job description and what we're asking for experience-wise, and what we've advertised for. So we're looking at that and then looking to re-advertise. There might be a little change in the qualifications and the position itself, and we're looking to re-advertise. We did get a few applicants, but not what we were looking for.
All right, while we're on that, can I ask a question? Because I keep forgetting to ask this one.
Mm-hmm.
When you list on the weekly updates where you've been advertising, I think you wrote like the National Planning Association, Planning and Zoning Association, but you never listed the Florida one?
It was the Florida chapter.
It is the,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then, I know I've gone to meetings of in Volusia. I don't know if it's a separate Volusia branch. I don't know, maybe Mike, you know, that there are more local planning and zoning associations. You might want to look into that.
Okay.
Okay.
Will do.
That's it.
Mr. Sherman.
Yeah, just I wanted to echo what the mayor said. I thought you and Commissioner Spradley did a fantastic job. And I guess one of the questions I just had was, or a thought would be, I know you were mentioning last night about bringing things back to your board and discussing them. And one of the things I thought that, I'd like to see you guys continue to push forward with is looking at, you mentioned access points and, working together collaboratively with the other municipalities regarding the toll bridge and potentially using that as that other access point that we could get in conjunction with the county spearheading some of those forgotten beaches, I guess they were referred to as.
Secret beaches.
Secret beaches. So just a thought, and then if that's the case, maybe then if it funnels down to you guys at the TPO level, that's where I think those conversations and types of requests would have to be. And I mentioned to Mike earlier today, I don't know if that request might want to come from the county, because there is county, as you know, there's county representation there at the TPO, and I know Commissioner Dance is the liaison there for the county. So just a thought maybe to bring, for you guys to bring back at your next meeting. That's all I have.
Commissioner Bellinger.
That's your list, Rick.
No, I've only got a few checks.
Yeah, I got nervous when you picked up that.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I just got back yesterday late from going down to the recycling conference and hung out with Rob Smith down there for a little while, and we were kind of in the spotlight for our recycling efforts. So it was fun. Not something I'll go back to regularly, I don't think, but it was neat. He got a chance to get up and talk about, you know, the accomplishments he's made towards getting recycling started again in the city, as opposed to sending everything to the landfill. So we have made big steps. I spoke to Mike Monday, was it Monday morning I met with you, right? About the hole in Oak Place fixed. So thank you. I'm sure the people that have to drive up and down that road won't have to drive through the hole. Thank you as well. I also saw that same day, Tom went out to try and put the volleyball net up, but I guess he was unsuccessful. So he didn't get it done. Maybe he needs some hardware or something, but I guess that's on his list of things to do. So thank you for that. The commission has spoke, and I thought we got a commitment from staff that they were going to do some work on these lateral streets to keep water from entering the alleys during rain events. Anybody remember that?
Remember the discussion? I don't remember what happened with it.
There's a lot of water that, you know, it's just going down these lateral streets down the hill that gets to an alley, and there's an easy way for it to go. So it turns and goes up the alley, and then it'll fall off the low side of the alley and go down people's yards down towards their house, and, you know, fill their backyards with water. Not only that, but it digs a deep rut where, you know, when the water turns, it ruts the road, because the alleys are obviously, you know, unpaved. So there are these deep ruts in areas. So specifically, two places I know of are the alley between Central and Daytona on 15th and 18th Streets. Water comes down the hill and just turns the corner and goes down the alleys. One goes down towards the Women's Club. So
Right.
that's.
I was talking to Jen earlier about the drain at the foot of our parking lot, that it keeps filling up because of...
I also spoke with Mike about real estate signs getting out of hand. I went for a 30-minute ride on my golf cart and found 30 real estate signs that are very close to the road. I don't mean way back off the right of way, but I mean all the way up at the street in some cases. So didn't see any missing yet, so I hope they're following up on that.
Can I make a suggestion? Just thought of something as you were saying that. What might alleviate that is if our city wrote a letter to the Flagler County Board of Realtors to distribute out to realtors to know, don't put your sign in the right of way, because we had discussed about some of the signs just picking them up, I believe. But that way we could be, the word of the night, proactive.
Target.
I tried talking to one of the real estate agents, and he didn't make any changes.
Well, at least we can say,
So
we told
put
you
them
so.
that far from the road, literally less than a foot from the road.
I'd say hit it.
No, I got a new truck. I'm not hitting it. So hopefully code enforcement will pick up on that. Land development code rewrite. Is there any news on that? I mean, we're like 2 years behind on that. I mean, it's not a little bit. We're talking 2 years that we're behind on getting that done. Have you heard any updates on whether he's getting any closer?
Larry was working on it. Larry's had some health issues,
Okay.
but he is working on it, and that's the problem. You know, I don't want to keep beating that drum, but we're just short on various critical staff positions. That's one of them, but he's working on it.
Well, he's committed. I'll say that, because he did tell us that he was going to work on the land development code until it was done.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things he said he would keep up with, but
he is working on it. I mean, he's communicated with us.
We haven't gotten any update in many months, so, okay. Got my answer to the bridge lights, so that's good. Talk about that. They're the main things. I'll pass.
Commissioner Mealy.
Okay. I'll be pretty quick. Friends of Gamble Rogers had their annual meeting, which was a picnic in the park, and they have done a lot of stuff. They're all volunteers. It's really wonderful, all the environmental good that they do. More people should take advantage of it. Yesterday I went to the Tiger Bay meeting, and Paul Renner was there, and he went over all the changes to the budget, all the legislation, well, not all. He picked and chose legislation and the budget impact of those things. When you talk about the recycle, I don't know if Rob ever did anything with this, but I heard one day, a couple of weeks ago, the bridge that was destroyed in Philadelphia on I-95, they were going to use recycled glass for a temporary fix. So I called Rob and said, got a place for our glass. So he said he knew somebody in the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, but whether he ever did anything with it or
The
not.
company that actually supplied that product was represented at the recycle event, and they have a facility down here in Florida and one up there. So it's pretty cool. What they've done is they take the glass and they don't really melt it into a liquid totally, but they soften it enough that they can put this additive in it that when they run it through a kiln of sorts, an oven, it comes out the other side with all these little porous holes, and it dries. It almost looks like styrofoam, but it's
And
glass.
that's what they're using, the
But
Fix 95?
it's light as a feather, and it's not the little tiny things like our product. They come out in cubes, maybe 1 to 2 inch cubes.
And that's what they use?
And that's what they used.
To fix 95?
To fix I-95.
Okay, so did Bob talk to them about taking?
He did, and apparently the guy's interested in possibly taking some glass from it.
Good. And then I listened to this month's webinar from the League of Cities was about communicating budget. And I think I'll hold on to these suggestions till next year when we're not going through new city manager and all the rest of that. And I'll hold on to these ideas because some of the ideas were really good about how to communicate better with the community. And I'm done. Sorry.
Bradley.
Wow. Thank you. I'm still meeting, have an open door in my law office on Saturday mornings at 9 o'clock for any resident or be it business owner who wants to come by and let me know what's on their mind about Flagler Beach. The top 3 or 4 topics remain the same. They shuffle order from time to time. The dune walkover construction has been what I'm hearing about most, but now it's shifted a little bit. It's being talked about in a more positive vein since we're seeing the trucks and we're being rerouted on A1A. So that's good. You know, similar to what I was saying earlier about the vac truck, the fact that you see it out there, just that concrete evidence that some of these things that we talk about are actually being done is there's no substitute for that. The lifeguards. Where I live in the south of town, you know, every morning I get up and I go down to the beach and take pictures, and one of my neighbors is unusual in that he's a captain of the lifeguards, but he's got to be in his he's 60, I think.
That's not unusual.
Okay, well, so Joe Armelino is his name, but he had invited me to come. He wanted me to come and have me introduce me to his Saturday crew and show me their operation. And Commissioner Cooley and I met this past Saturday on an advertised meeting to prepare for the intergovernmental meeting the other night. And after that was over, I walked down there, and actually Eric came down for part of it as well. And it was really impressive. It was impressive to meet most of the lifeguards who were here tonight were there on Saturday. But it was nice to have each of them tell me what they do, you know, and you know, everything from their rankings, you know, to the hours they keep and how they rotate around and that sort of thing. It was I had not seen that, you know, or had the operation described to me before. So it was really cool to see that and to see how enthusiastic that they were also about their jobs. And that they appreciated. They appreciated someone from this group to go down there, and because they wanted to be heard. But so that was really good, and it was nice to see them being honored tonight. As far as the intergovernmental meeting the other night, I think Commissioner Cooley and I, and probably everyone up here, we didn't know what to expect when we started talking about, you know, here's what we really need to be thinking about in terms of long-term planning. And I could not have, and I've shared this with Mike, I could not have hoped for a better reception from the county and from Palm Coast particularly about their recognition of the fact that growth is necessarily going to require a lot of help here in the city with our infrastructure, beach access, all the things that the mayor was talking about. And everyone was enthusiastic about continuing the conversation. And so we'll see. Actions, you know, speak louder than words, but I thought it was a very good start. And I want to thank Mike for helping get that off the ground because it was a great idea. Now, maybe the idea started somewhere else, but I know Mike made some effort to get this going and then got Susie involved. So it was good. I think it's very valuable for our future. And I already spoke about seeing the vac truck out in the community, how impressive that is. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So rather than drag everybody through a recap of the multi-municipality meeting, just want to thank all the attendees, including those of you all that are in the room, and our city manager, because he said, hey, there's an idea you all brought up, and I think we need to talk about it, and he put the whole thing together. So it's pretty much you. I just blabbed a lot. That's all I did.
But it was good blab.
Yeah, so hopefully it was good blab. The outcome of the meeting was there was kind of a rough consensus around different tactics each municipality was going to kind of discuss with their respective boards. And so what I would like to do is for next meeting, if time allows, or the following meeting, because we have time, we're not meeting again for a quarter, would be to discuss what those tactics were that they asked us to bring back and discuss. And then we can bring them back and discuss them. So if y'all are okay with that, putting it on one of the next meetings, that would be a request of mine, if y'all are okay with it. Sure. Then we can have that discussion and have that locked and loaded and ready to go. The rough consensus was meet in a quarter, but if everybody that was part of that group tends to have the discussion sooner than later, we might be able to meet sooner than that. Because there was a lot of really good feedback that came out of it, a lot of unexpected ideas, because everybody had their own, viewpoints of where they could go, and even ideas like eliminating the toll bridge in Palm Coast. If our little meeting that we started could eliminate a toll bridge in Palm Coast, that's pretty remarkable.
Eliminate the toll on the bridge.
Correct.
It wasn't Palm
We're not
Coast.
tearing it
We're
down.
not bombing the bridge.
Actually, it was Palm Coast that brought it up.
Yes.
Right. And county was talking about it, and it's just interesting when and that's one of those unexpected things where when you get all the players from the different areas in the room and they start talking, and then they kind of have a consensus about doing something, it takes it from just a concept and it puts it on the radar of something so there might be action that comes out of it. It's hard, you never know. But that's good that we would be able to talk about it, and our tactics we'll cover in an upcoming meeting, just in city manager, just whenever we have a lighter side meeting, so we're not going super late. We have time, so we can pick and choose where that will go in, and I'm ready to talk about it anytime. The only other thing I want to talk about, and this is a completely different future outlooking topic, but it's one that is come up quickly. And so Flagler Beach, and I'll just kind of jump into it. Flagler Beach has two things that are going on, and one we've known about for a long time, and that is parking. We have an issue with, I don't know what you would call it, logistics. It's getting people to go to the right areas for parking, and just like Flagler County has their 6 secret beaches, we apparently have 6 secret parking lots. And so we have a big opportunity with getting people to park in the right parking areas. And if and a perfect example is any given sunny Saturday, A1A is a mob scene. And then you cruise down South 5th and you go by my store, the parking lot that's right there on 5th, which is basically a block and a half off the beach, is 3/4 or more empty. And then you just go a block and a half another way, and people are getting into brawls over trying to get a parking spot. And so there's this whole logistic problem of getting people to park in our parking areas, which would eliminate some of this problem and just use the assets we got, and then we can look at future tactics. Another issue that has just come up this year, and I believe it's because it's post-COVID, full bore post-COVID, is there is a influx into the business community of beachgoers inundating the businesses on A1A with restroom usage. This is a new problem, and I believe it's new because just in previous years during the beach season, the beach crowd has been light, number one, and number two, a lot of the restrooms in businesses have been closed. Everybody closed down their restrooms when COVID happened for a whole lot of reasons, but that was just kind of one of the understandings of what you did is you closed your restrooms. And so and we also have our own opportunities with, the A-frame and capacities and operation and cleanliness and all. But I'm hearing more and more, and it's only happened this year. I've been here almost 10 years owning this business, and this particular year, it has spiked where other business owners are coming to me going, I can't deal with all of the people coming into my business to just simply use the restroom. We're not designed for it. We're not built for it. It's not a piece of our operation that we want to have. And I can tell you from being a business owner myself, on the weekends, on a sunny weekend, the restroom usage in my particular business has got so extreme where we've had line down the back of the store, the entire length of the store. And it's come to the point where it's disrupted my business. I legally don't have to supply a public restroom, so I shut it down. And we put a sign on it, says this is not a public restroom. And it's the first time since I've owned the store we've had to do that. And so, and I don't want to try to get into the nuts and bolts about why I think it's happening. Obviously, number one, we have a capacity problem. You bring in 15,000 people to the beach, and you try to put them all into the, I'll call them small A-frame restrooms, it just doesn't work. And to expect the business community to handle public restroom usage is also not fair to the business community. So you take those two issues and you put them together. And I have a potential suggestion that y'all cannot like, is that you take one parking spot out of each of our city lots, and you put a two-door restroom in that one spot, because it'll fit, because I wasn't measured, and just put a little restroom in that one parking spot and in a strategic spot in each of our parking areas. And then you accomplish two things. You provide beachgoers with an area to actually use the facilities, and you're encouraging people to use the parking areas. Is it going to cost us some money? Yes. The buildings are relatively cheap, but they are block, and you have plumbing. And the good thing is all of our parking areas that are designated city parking lots are all easily accessible to water and sewer, because they are in those areas that have it. And that is also something that can be paid for with CRA funds. It's only just as one of the big head suggestions, but I saw issues, and then in my mind we have a potential concept that could provide a solution. It's going to sacrifice one parking spot in each of the lots, but you gain an asset. And when in my travels and going around in other municipalities, in almost every single one, without exception, all municipalities have restroom facilities in parking areas, in their public parking areas. And those parking areas are not at the beach. For some reason that is probably way out of my pay grade, they decide to put them off beach a little bit. They don't put them actually at the beach. They're all back a block or two, which happens to also be where our parking lots are. So the only reason why I'm bringing this up is I wanted to say, hey, we're going into budgeting season, this potential concept we might want to discuss. I just wanted to put it out there as an idea and let y'all pick it apart.
No, I think it's a great idea, except that you would have to make them ADA compliant. I can hear Penny saying something about it being ADA compliant, because I know when we get the porta-johns for our activities, we have to have one that's ADA compliant with the special sink and everything. So, as long as those designs were included, I think it's a great idea.
You can...
Because I don't think businesses should have to, if I go to a restaurant, if I go to Romano's, I want a nice, clean bathroom when I'm spending money there as a diner, and not have to fight with wet bathing suits. And
this is a very real problem. I've heard from Golden Lion. I've heard, and I don't want to name all the businesses.
Yeah, no, I'm sure.
But, there's one business in particular that's just up the street from me, where folks actually are climbing onto the toilet, removing ceiling tiles, because they have drop ceilings like this. So they'll push the tile up, remove it to the side, they'll put all their gear up in the ceiling, and then put the tile back.
Oh my God.
And it's, the behavior is ridiculous. But it's also, we can't really blame the beachgoers if we don't have the proper facilities ourselves as a city. What we had pre-COVID probably worked, and then we had COVID, so we had a couple years where we didn't really have beach traffic and restroom usage. And now we have a much larger population and much more beach usage. And so all of a sudden this problem just instantly popped up. And I don't know what any of y'all think about it. Is it something worth looking at?
I would like to look at it. I did not witness it myself, but my neighbor has now brought it to my attention that beachgoers urinate on front lawns of our homes because there's nowhere to go to the bathroom. He actually took a photograph and posted it on Facebook. So we do need more bathrooms, and if someone is brazen enough to start urinating on the front lawns, it's going to continue.
Well, I can tell you in the CRA, it happens. You all know Brad, most of you know Brad Stevens, he lives right over here. He's had multiple reports of people urinating in eyesight, right? Not a real good quality of life issue. I guess the plus side would be the vast majority of money for these can be leveraged from CRA potentially. But it does have a cost to our taxpayers, but then we have to balance these buildings are relatively inexpensive because they're just simple block buildings with facilities inside, two-door, with a little shower head on the outside for rinsing off. But they're inexpensive, but there is a cost. Is it a direct benefit to our taxpayers? That can be debated because it's a quality of life issue. Do we want people peeing in our front yards, or do we want to give them a place to go? Commissioner Bellinger.
We talked earlier about doing some upgrades on our parking lots. Also talked about probably not asking the TDC for money to do the boardwalk just yet. So why don't we ask the TDC for money to help us with our parking lots and include bathrooms?
You could. The only drawback is that window for the grant is not every year. It's every other year. So
I know. We're skipping this year.
Right. You're pushing that pretty far down. Year, right? Yeah, you're pushing the project pretty far down the road, though. I guess would be the only drawback.
And have you talked with Karen about these?
No, this is the first time discussing this.
Because when you say you can use CRA funds, I'm hoping you can.
Well, our city manager did some research on that and validated that, correct? Okay.
I was told we could use CRA money on all our parking lots.
Well, the parking lots, but we wouldn't talk about adding a bathroom.
Correct. This is something new. Yeah. And if we can use CRA funds, it actually saves that tourism grant for something.
Yeah, I'd rather do that.
Right, which could be, it doesn't necessarily have to be the boardwalk, it can be some other grand thing which would leverage the money appropriately. So I just wanted to, is this something we even want to discuss during budgeting? Is this, how would y'all like to even approach the whole concept? I just wanted to table the idea to kind of just see what y'all thought about.
We can't use CRA money in the park anymore, right?
Right.
Correct. Well,
I don't know what we can use.
So what you're
right.
use it for maintenance and
can't
things
fix the
like
sprinkler system with it.
Can we add? Okay. Can we replace an electrical system? Or electric outlets and all that stuff?
Upgrade maybe, replace as is, probably not.
Well, I mean, take out the old, replace with new.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If it's a like-for-like replacement, that's probably not. Upgrade, you probably
we
could.
Don't want to see.
Depends on what you're achieving and how it relates to your plan.
It would definitely be a huge upgrade. Okay.
Mr. Spradley?
Getting back to the restroom parking lot situation, I agree with Commissioner Mealy and everyone else has weighed in. I think it'd be a great idea. I think you could help yourself if you could, get some images from other places that do it, so we have something to look at.
How much
a little bit of research, costs, things like that. When you bring it up, however it is you're going to bring it up, if you have that kind of information, I think it'll go a long way.
I think it'd be easy to get.
Kind of like we got the two parking lots up there near Fifth Street that
County has them.
are a block apart from each other, so you may not need to put one on each one there. Save the parking space.
Right, and you know, you have the whole discussion of phased approach versus, you know, do them all. What kind of money is in the CRA? But I just want to see if there is even an appetite with this body to, you know, even explore that concept.
I think it's a good idea.
Go forth and research.
And city manager, that would be something you and I would probably partner with to explore that option. Is that worth a discussion this coming budget year to explore options? Is that what we're just talking about?
Is it too short a time frame?
I mean, being that CRA money, it gives us a little bit of leverage.
If you start to resurface your parking lots, it makes sense to do it at the same time, so.
It does, yeah.
Those are planned, I think, that for this year, so probably this is the year you should consider incorporating it and doing it at the same time you're doing the parking lots.
Okay.
Okay, and that...
Like you said, Eric, it's not going to cost that much for a couple of fixtures and some concrete.
Yeah, you're talking
cement blocks.
Right, block building, some plumbing fixtures. That's all I had. Unless y'all got any other thoughts on that?
No, that's good.
All right, that's all I got on that. All right, we'll open this up public comment.
Ooh, we got two new.
All right, Kim, please state your name and address.
Donna Schneider, 2412 South Daytona. Since I had a little extra time, I came up with another question. So I know you may not be able to answer this right now, but it's important. Valve 9A, which is the valve that's located at South Flagler and 24th Street, that particular storm drain is a major contributor to flooding because it takes all the water from Central Avenue as well, or a lot of the water from Central Avenue. So it takes a lot of water. I'm being told as of tonight that is now a 10-inch valve. That 10-inch valve is not in our inventory. We do not have one. So my question is, you know, have we done anything yet to figure out where we can get that valve so we can do it at the time the contractors come to do the work, so we don't have to start again, so we don't have another problem. So that's a big one, that we need to have the valve so we can complete all the work. The second one is, there was one valve replaced, that's 9B, and that's at 2416 Flagler Avenue, and that one has leaking bolts that need to be sealed. I want to make sure that we have everything we need so the contractor can complete that work while they're here. Thirdly, since we've kind of delayed our end of this work, the original change order was to have the contractor complete this valve replacement by July 2nd. We're probably not going to be ready, or we're barely going to be ready to even call them to come do the work. I would like to know what repercussions we could have if the contractor says, I'm busy now for the next 6 months. You know, do we have any standing now? It's all on us.
That's it?
That's it.
Any other public comment? Ask it.
You don't want to hear it.
Don't ask it. All right, seeing none, we will close public comment. Okay, so we'll go down this in order. Valve 9A. You have that on your chart, City Manager. Did you want to talk about that valve?
That valve is not on the chart. I'd have to get an answer on that valve.
One that wasn't.
That's not on.
So that was not
That
part of
wasn't
the
on the
original?
drawings.
No.
There is another new chart that's been revised since that one came in.
We have a new chart.
That's not on the chart. 8A is, but not 9A.
Okay, so concerning 9A, is this something you would want to say is part of the project, not part of the project, or do you want to bring that back for a future meeting?
I'd rather bring it back when I have some definitive information and
Okay.
let you know what it is at that time.
So we'll slot that for next meeting. We'll get the research done on that. All right, valve 9B, leaking bolts need sealed.
The answer is yes, it is, and that's part of what's on the list of items to address.
Okay. That's on the list of items to address, like, as soon as they mobilize and
Yeah.
and all, okay.
If not before. That may not require mobile. I don't know that. That's to be done.
Okay. Original, what's that? Oh, original change order by July 2nd. And city attorney. So the question was brought up about repercussions, or, we have a contract.
It's why I always tell you when we're talking about contracts and terms, and this one specifically, play nice. That's why when you're up there, we play nice, because that's what we'll be in the position of doing, is playing nice and negotiating. Yeah, because that's what the question is I don't think it's going to come to the 6 months, but no, I think we have to expect they're going to want a change order to say, we need more time to complete. And so that's why I always encourage the play nice approach when we're talking about those contracts, because, yeah, we end up having to ask people to play nice with us sometimes, too. You understand what I'm saying? She's saying, what she's asking is July 2nd was their completion date, right? They're not going to make July 2nd. They're not going to make July 2nd because of our delay. That's the question. And since it's our delay, they are, understandably going to say, we need more time because you told us to start a week before our completion date. We can't complete in a week. We need more time. And so the concern is with materials and jobs and everything else, what if they say we can't start for 6 months? I don't think it comes to that, but that is one of the reasons why whenever we get into contract discussions up here, I always remind, let's play nice and say nice things, because, sometimes we have to ask too. And that's one of those asks is, all right, we're going to give you more time, but how little more time can we get this project done? And that's what Mike's going to be doing.
Well, and you've already said that next meeting, there's going to be, follow-up about when we kind of can tighten up the mobilization, get an idea of on estimated times and that type of thing. So that, not the repercussion, but the modified ETA, is that going to be part of your update for?
I think it would have to be. I mean, to mobilize, we're going to have the ability to have the contractor come in. The contractor has to come in beyond the expiration date of the contract. We'd have to have a modification to the contract. So I think it's all intertwined.
And is it realistic to expect you'll be able to talk about that by our next meeting, or?
I'm hoping it so.
Okay,
yeah.
So we'll have a kind of an updated time.
Can I have a statement, please? Can I add something real quick? Ask a question?
Mayor, yes.
I, too, in one of my presentations that we received, I have 9A in there as well as the backflow preventer location and current schedule, and it's outfall S9A 2416 South Flagler listed. And if that's a 10-inch pipe and there is going to be a delay, can we get that 10-inch pipe ordered for if it would fit the new time frame? And I'm kind of curious how it's on the schedule that even I have, and that's not on that schedule now.
I can clarify if you'd like.
You have to ask him.
You put it on me.
You can invite people up to the dais, or to the...
Well, we'll let, city manager address anything, and...
All right, Mike knows which things need to be addressed. Let's have him address.
Yeah, I can have it addressed as part of the overall presentation.
Yeah, I think just a good solid update for the next meeting really is probably the best solution for everybody, rather than try to figure it out now.
Yeah, I think it'd be the best approach.
All right, so next meeting it's on.
Okay.
All right, so we addressed all that. That concludes our business.
Wow.
I'll look for a motion to
adjourn.
Second. All right.
Yes, ma'am.